Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It's a house!
Alright, what's going on? Freaks. Well, that one video that I made, one of them did okay. The other one, the one I made that I thought was good, the one about where the car parked, hardly anybody saw it. 3,000 views. It's like, oh wow. The one that I spent all the time on. YouTube. What the hell are you doing? Some people brought up some good points in there, though, you know. Like one of them said, you know how those footprints, they go the other direction? So I guess he wouldn't have turned, if those are his footprints, I don't know if they are. They could be his, but it also could be when he, between 408 and 413, he might have walked down and looked before he decided to go in, you know. We don't know if he continued on or what he did, but you know. Let's just say they are his footprints, and then he goes back the same way he went, so he wouldn't have turned and made a hard left. So, you know, that was a good point. And then somebody also said that, you know, when somebody calls 911, there's officers already driving around out there, so you wouldn't really be able to just time something from the police station. That was a pretty good point, too. So, you know, I don't know, like at 4 in the morning, I bet you there might be a few more, especially on a Sunday, just over the office, you know, the station. But man, wouldn't you think that video would do better? One thing that's bugging me though is, you know, it's weird. Every time I do something and I look at it again, I just never. So we're looking at this part right here, you know. What's weird is the lights do go to the right, right? I mean, obviously it looks like they start forward and then they go to the right. The lights, the whole light. But then the shadow what's bugging me is the shadow right there. That shadow that's moving in the middle of the light. Why is it I don't know if it's supposed to be moving to the right if you're turning to the right. Unless that's literally something on the light itself or between the two lights. I don't know, it's weird. I mean, the whole light goes to the right. See that? It's pretty obvious. But what's weird is if the vehicle turns left, I think that's when a shadow kind of moves to the right. You get what I'm saying? Like I literally was looking at it, you know, like mathematically, like there's a pole or something, and there's a light behind it, and then if it goes like this, then the shadow. Let's see, if it goes like this, the shadow. Actually, that would. Yeah, let's see. So if it turns like this. If it pulls there and it starts turning, the shadow would go to the left. You know? So I don't know, man. all I can tell you is the whole light structure moves to the right, but the shadow, you know, if that's part of what the actual headlights are putting out itself, then it makes sense. But if it's a shadow of something, then it's a little weird that the shadow would go to the right. That would be something turning to the left, but to be honest, I don't really know what the total dynamics are. I just know that they're going off to the right. Yeah. Yeah, I'll let Greg know if he ever wants to do call-ins, okay? I'll let him know. I don't know who Greg is, but yeah, we'll get him checked out. You'd think somebody who was a channel member would know my name by now. Let's see. But anyways, tonight is another night. Don't really have a lot of people watching because I've already used up all the notifications for all the other videos. But if you guys want to help support the channel, we need to keep on trucking tonight as well. I just don't know how to, you know, what's happening tonight. There's like nobody here hardly. 89 people. There's usually 89 waiting. I mean, right when you start. Maybe I should wait a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what that shadow thing is. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I think it's like a shadow from the distance. I mean, near the car. So maybe that would be it if it was right next to the car and it's turning. And that would be just right there. A tree right in front of it. That might be what it is. So it's right there and it's moving forward and then it starts turning. I don't know, man. It still seems like the little dark shadow would go to the left. Hello. I also did do the like the Donna Adelson trial. I got everything sped up. I got the opening arguments. I've got the, so I don't know, maybe if I do my show quick I can just do another live stream and you guys can watch that if you feel like it, but I don't know. It just seems like there's so much stuff coming out in this case that I've been covering for so long. It's hard to like switch over when everybody else is already covering Donna Adelson as well. All these other people. Thanks, Allie Cake. All right, we just got off of 0, all the way across. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch these interviews again here.
They were in the meeting room. I heard them dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone in the room.
I want to listen to the.
And I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer. And then I saw the guy.
So like last night when this is playing, I'm always trying. You know, it's hard to listen to it. You know, when it's just sort of like, oh, we heard him got this and all the stuff's going on in chat and everything, and so I was able to watch it today. And it turns out, let's see, it was in the Bethany Funk interview. The guy sitting in the vehicle is actually Jack. He's not Hunter, either of the Hunters or anything like that. It's Jack DeCour, the ex-boyfriend of Kaylee. That's who's sitting in the vehicle. What did I do with the... So when I was watching it, the interview with, not Kaylee, with Bethany, Jesus. Yeah, well, I didn't say that, I don't think. Anyways, the interview with Bethany... Hey Dan, go troll somewhere else. You heard me say that, and you come in here. All right, you know exactly. You just don't. You know, I know who you are, man. Don't worry about it. Let's see. We've got. I cover new topics when they come in. Right? This is new stuff here. I know I put that other Bethany Funk interview over here. I'm just looking for it. I don't know where I put it though. Jesus. Hold on. Oh, there it is. I got to see them lead Murphy away. Yeah, it's, you know, it just sucks is... I mean, I felt really bad looking at Jack in there because he just wanted to know what was going on. I'm so glad he didn't go in there. Imagine him going upstairs or something, because that's where he would have gone. And he goes up to Kaylee's room and he saw her the way she was, the person he's loved since he was a kid, and she's just totally bashed in the face, etc. I mean, just horrendous. Yeah, but what would you want to call in about, Mel? If you have questions, that'd be cool. I don't want to. I'm not providing like a soliloquy platform for people. I'm doing what I want to do, Mel. I don't need you to tell me what to listen to or anything like that. Okay? Thank you. All right, so here we go. This is her whole, her interview is about 18 minutes long. I got it right here. This is Dylan's right here.
They were in the main room. I heard them dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone was in the room and she ran downstairs. And I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer. And then I saw the guy.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering when I was listening today if Xana had anything to do with Murphy at some point. Like maybe maybe she's the one who was bringing Murphy upstairs because it was loose, remember? And we don't know if Madison ever found it.
I just locked the door and I ran downstairs. We don't know what's going on.
Can you come here with me, please? Break Fire 3170. Could you guys grab some blankets for all these people out here?
Oh, okay.
Nope. Just come over here with me, please.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need you. I don't know what you're doing, Mel West. Obviously, tonight I'm covering the topic, so I've listened to this already. I don't need you to... It's just really weird, your comments.
Just give me 1 second, please. I'm going to get your name and information. Just 1 second. We'll get you a blanket and stuff, alright? Thanks, guys. Yeah, that'd be good for now, and then maybe the big white blankets whenever you're moving on. Actually, you guys should probably just hang on to these whenever... Is that ambulance on its way? No, they yes, it is. Okay. We would like a blanket right now. It's temporary. Would anybody like one for your feet to stand on? Okay. I'll let you. Thanks, man.
I mean, it could even be like Koberger goes up the stairs I mean, this is what I was thinking earlier today. I didn't think about the boot part, but I thought, what if Koberger goes up the stairs and Murphy's running around and he kind of follows up Koberger? And that's the sound of, because one of the times Dylan says that she heard Kaylee bringing the dog back upstairs. Well, that never happened, okay? That actually never happened. No, Phil Jones, your brain is what's acting terrible, okay?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, if that email shows up, that'd be great to grab some blankets. Yeah, 1 second, man. Let me just grab all your guys' info.
I don't know what you're saying, Mel. You're completely out of it. Hey, thanks, Kim. Not your cup of tea. Look at that. Great content. Thank you for all of us freaks. Well, thank you.
Great content. Thank you from all of us freaks. Red
Yeah.
heart emoji.
I mean, you keep saying again, I appreciate your timeline, etc. I don't even know what you're saying, why you have to lead in with that every single time. Nothing you're saying is affecting my timeline, okay? All right, so let's keep moving here. Yeah, I was wondering if Xana took Murphy upstairs too, earlier when I was listening.
They're warmer. Okay. I know she was barefoot, so I was hoping to get something for her, but thank you very much. Thanks, boss.
You know, Dylan changes her phrasing a lot, like screaming sometimes, and sometimes she heard yelling. You know, it's just like, what is it? See that guy right there? This guy right here standing there in this picture. Hold on. This guy right here is Jack D, the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend of Kaylee, right there. He just seems like he's completely like lost it almost, like a zombie. That's how I totally get it. But hey, Mel, can I just do the show for God's sakes? You want to direct the show. This is what everybody gets. They always get upset. Great, just do the show. But you got people like Mel in here trying to tell me what timeline to go to, where to go, and how to talk about it. And when I get to it and we're listening to it, if we want to talk about that, we will. Okay, but I'm. You know, I like, it just gets really frustrating. I don't know, start your own channel somewhere, do your own thing. I'm just trying to do what I'm doing. I wanted to listen to this in peace without your rambling.
Okay, what's your last name? And your first name?
Yeah, see, you can tell this person was a troll from the get-go.
And your middle name? What's a good phone number to reach out? And is this your address?
Yes.
What's that address?
1122 King Road.
Is your driver's license right?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you seen on that?
No, I don't really know. I just saw it. My friend, when I called, because we were so scared, we're like, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. Told us not to go in. That man right there. That I'll show you around.
They did go in there.
Yeah, and that's when he told us he needed to call the cops right now.
Okay. Do you mind just waiting over there for me, please? Okay. Now I overheard you talking about last night.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to. The more we know right now, the better. We can start this process. Somebody will probably be revisiting this interview with you.
Thank you, Cinnamon Freak.
Chewbacca? I'll do Chewbacca if you want.
Don't worry, I'll have the timeline open for you, Mel. Don't worry, we'll look at it over here. Alright, we're just trying to listen to it. I know you're way ahead of everybody. You're just, you know, on top of it.
Yeah.
Very soon, again, okay? So you're probably going to have to retell the story quite a bit.
That's fine.
Alright, what do you remember seeing? What started?
I remember I was in my room, and I was trying to go to bed, and I heard Kaylee, who, ex-girlfriend, who also has a dog Murphy.
Real fast.
So right there she says, you know, somebody's and she kind of points over in that direction, sort of. And so that's who that's why we know it's Jack DeCour.
Which one is your room?
Kaylee.
Which one is your room?
Oh.
What room are you in?
This is all just quiet here. I'm just gonna lift my leg up again. It's getting better. Almost ready to start get out and do my walk.
You were in that room?
My room, not Xander's room. My room.
And your room is?
Yeah, he's not in the car yet.
Is this one right here?
Next to the stairs. That one is Xander's room.
Second floor room.
Second floor.
Okay. We don't need to know what somebody's wearing. He's the guy put into the car. He's standing out there.
All I heard was I heard her go upstairs and go, okay, I'm going to go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
And you heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up, I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone.
Here, hold on a second.
She's going upstairs. All of a sudden
second floor room.
Second floor.
Okay.
All I heard was I heard her go upstairs and go, okay, I'm going to go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
Yeah, so you know what I was thinking was, I was actually wondering if that was Madison Mogan earlier, and she's just conflating that moment. Like, she's already in her bed, and then she hears Madison Mogan say, okay, I'm going to go up to bed now, because she's the one that went upstairs with Murphy. Now, I don't know who she would be talking to. Maybe Xana, that's still out there, and she goes, I'm going to go up the stairs with Murphy. Because she's the one that took Murphy out. Remember, she lost Murphy, and then she probably found Murphy and then brought Murphy upstairs. What do you think of that?
You heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
So it wasn't Kaylee downstairs bringing up the dog Murphy. She was already in bed.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
I mean, it could have been, I guess. You know, I mean, there was a lot of time between, like, 2:53 or so when they were still trying to call Jack, and then 4:08, you know, so there's a lot of time in there where something else.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up, I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door.
Yeah, I gotta keep listening again. It's like it's so much wording.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard...
Is anybody taking notes here? I mean, like, I feel like you almost have to... let me just get a little text file out. I might have to stop and play things a couple times because I've got to... I got a couple things to do. Gotta turn down the music a little bit to there and get to the right folder. And then I'm going to create a text file in here. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Dylan notes. Alright, I'm going to go back a little bit.
You were in that room?
My room, not Xana's room. my room.
And your room is this one right here?
Next to the stairs. That one is in this room.
Second floor room.
Second floor.
Okay.
All I heard was I heard her go upstairs. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
And you heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up. I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared.
See, doesn't that make more sense then? That is Xana Kernodle. That's what made me think of this earlier today. That it was Xana Kernodle who, that's why she went upstairs. She was like in the kitchen, and maybe Murphy comes trotting around, and she's like, oh shit. And then brings Murphy upstairs, and maybe even, brought Murphy to the room first, and then sort of heard something and was like, whoa, hey, there's somebody here, and then got the hell out of there. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, that's kind of weird, just listening to that right there.
But I'm pretty sure she said someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared.
Yeah, she's talking so fast. I gotta hear that. I'm sorry.
But I'm pretty sure she's...
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up. I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask that was just covering his forehead and his mouth. And then I locked the door, and I called, and I didn't know what to do.
This was at 4
a.m., yes.
Okay.
And so then I just ran down to
You left here?
I left my room down to she's that one with the white blinds at the very bottom. I ran down there and we talked, and we just locked the door. We didn't think anything of it. We're like, nothing happens in Moscow, so we just like tried to go to bed. And then we woke up, and it was weird because none of our roommates were up, and we called all of them. They were not waking up, and so me and like, this is weird. So I called and to come over, and then that's when all this happened.
Who all lives here with you?
See, but what's weird about it is there's like a lot of conflating. I mean, you know, this is how you get when you're when you are in their situation. Because other times she said that it sounded like somebody was playing with the dog upstairs. So what's that? Is that the walking up the stairs? I mean, this is more fresh right here, I guess. And it's one of those things. It's just hard to, you know, what is the actuality of it? I mean, some of it sounds, I mean, this actually makes sense. If you say to yourself, it's Xana downstairs, and then Murphy's running around, and she takes Murphy up the stairs, and, you know, but when was the part where it sounded like they were playing with the dog upstairs and singing? I mean, so there's other comments made in other times, so we're going to go over those too.
Me.
To try to piece together, like, what seems like what, you know, some of it's consistent overlap, but worded differently.
That one right there.
Okay. Who's Xana?
Xana is the girl in there.
Is the girl that this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Xana. How do you spell her name?
Xana.
Almost sounded like a Proberger there for a minute. The Probergers always spell Xana's name with a Z.
Do you know if she has a middle name?
Alexis, I think.
Do you know what her last name is?
Kernodle. K. I don't know how to spell it really. K. You know.
Oh, she mentioned the bushy eyebrows. I saw it. Not sure where in the interview. In this one right here, you think she says bushy eyebrows? I didn't hear that when I listened to it again, but I'm always doing something else too, so I don't catch everything. But hey, guys, if you're watching, we got goals to reach, so if you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. Thank you. You know, if you like my videos and the stuff that I do, we've already given out $1,500 this month. We try to have a nice little end of the month to get the numbers up to be able to give more at the end of the month. You know, after, you know, the income comes in for the channel, supports it, then I try to donate a lot of the extra money to various true crime related charities.
RNODL
K-A-E-R
K-E-R
K-E-R-N-O-L-E D-L-E. Okay.
I mean, these are all like good friends of everybody. Could you just imagine?
X-A-N-A.
X-A-N-A. Okay.
Ethan, who's in there, he doesn't actually live here, but he's here like almost all the time.
There's a male that lives here, and
He doesn't actually live here. He's in the Louisiana, I believe.
he's in there right now.
But he doesn't live here, but he's here a lot. And then there's Maddie, Mogan, and Kaylee up top. I don't know where they're at though.
Maddie.
Mogan, and
Maddie
Kaylee,
Mogan.
Yeah.
And who?
Kaylee Goncalves. She's the girl.
Yeah, maybe Murphy was kind of hanging out. I mean, Xana's still awake, so maybe Murphy was like, you know, chilling out there, and at a certain point, she took Murphy upstairs.
I was talking about Kaylee, who I just heard her go upstairs and run back downstairs.
And the guy that lives here is...
What do you mean you don't know where they're at now? What does that mean? Hey, thanks, Paul Marino. Haven't been in as much lately. Love the channel. Well, thank you, Paul. I've seen you here around a million times. Oh, come on, Mel West. You were flipping me so much crap.
Lately. Love the channel.
All right, here we go.
name was what?
But thanks, Mel West.
Or he's usually
Ethan.
Ethan. And you knew he was here this morning?
No, I didn't know. I had no idea he was here.
Okay. Alright, describe the guy that you saw.
I don't think he was a little bit taller than me. And
I mean, here's the thing. Her description of Koberger is so good that you would try to give her some credibility on the other stuff. You know, like it's just really, she got the right height, you know, what he was wearing, etc.
I couldn't really see much of him, but I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit.
Yeah, well, what time did they say that Ethan and Xana came home? Anybody know? In their head, I can't remember, but I think it was much later than we always thought. So it could have been that Dylan was already in bed by the time they got there. I don't remember.
I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit, and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth, and he didn't say anything to me, like at all. I just shut the door and locked it because I didn't know what to do. And I think he went out like the side door, the sliding door in the kitchen that goes out to the backyard.
Okay.
And then I didn't know anything else, so I called and I was like, I just need to come downstairs and find you because I don't know where anyone else is. And I called Maddie, I called Xana, I called Kaylee, no one would answer.
Okay. Alright. For Xena, do you know how old she is?
She's 20.
Is she in the sorority house?
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay. She's a student at UVI?
Yes.
Do you have any contact information for her parents?
No,
It's okay. Well,
okay.
we can get that eventually.
Her dad's name.
And then Ethan. E-T-H-A-N.
And Chapin, C-H-A-P-I-N.
Yeah, boy. Come on, you guys. We need the support for the channel tonight. Thank you.
Around 4. There's a guy, black mask, was in there. She didn't recognize him. She heard girls screaming upstairs. She got scared, locked herself in the room, and then the screaming all stopped. She's pretty sure that this masked person went out that back.
We currently have 0 channel memberships gifted tonight. And that's a big 0, all right? So that's one of the things we've been doing. See all the people in here that have the white names? They could actually be green if we could get some support in here for them.
And right now I'm getting all the information. She knows where to go.
Now, so they're even saying that she said somebody screamed.
They just have...
That wasn't in the probable cause.
Right now, which... Whose dog? Who owns a dog?
So that's Jack's dog.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Bubba.
House is on his way, and I'm personally
Okay.
getting.
Since she knows a bunch of the people who are living here, I'm getting all their names, and then I'll finish collecting all their information.
Thanks, Michelle 8. There's still quite a bit of
How old
time
is
on.
Ethan?
And I apologize. There's a door downstairs next to the bathroom that's got a padlock on, or a lock on it. You guys,
We don't know.
That must be the
who has access
utility room.
to that? Okay. So it's not something you guys normally.
No, we have no idea what it is.
Thank you guys.
So Ethan, how old is Ethan?
I believe he just turned 20.
20. And it's Chapin, Chapin.
Yes, I believe.
Okay. Do you happen to know either of their date of birth?
No, I know knows Xana's date of birth.
Okay. No worries. And Ethan's also U of I student?
Well, thank Law and Crime. They're the ones that got the FOIA request got this video here.
Yes, he is.
And
Thanks,
you don't see
Kimberly
him right
Hunt.
now. You see, but pretty sure he was in that room.
I think so. I think it's what told me. I don't know for sure.
Alright, and then the two additional roommates that aren't here right now,
They're not.
that aren't here with you,
Yeah.
what are their names?
Wow, wow. See, I thought I heard that the first time. So you said they're not. Let's see how we worded that.
Here right now.
They're not.
They're not here right now. Like, you know, sometimes you say they're not with us anymore, you know. And she took it for that, and then he switched it, even though he knows that they're not alive.
That aren't here with you.
Yeah.
What are their names?
Maddie Mogan, MADDIE MOGEN. And then Kaylee, KA.
When did he say bushy eyebrows in this right here? I mean, I might have to rewinding it again, or hold on, this is crazy.
Was in there, she didn't recognize him. It's okay, well... Alright. For Zena, do you know how old she is?
She's 20.
Is she in the sorority house?
Yeah. Not anymore.
Okay. She's a student at U of I?
Yes.
Wait, so you sent the $9.99 in so you could then say I sent $9.99 for literally no reason and made fun? Oh, God, you're a joke. Here, I'll send it back to you. Give me your information. What a stupid... You send $10 in, right? And then right after you send it in, you bitch about something before, like you're some hero. Okay? I'll send it back to you. Don't worry about it. But you're only going to get 7 because YouTube takes 3.
Do you have any contact information for her parents?
No,
It's okay. Well,
okay.
we can get that
Her
eventually.
dad's name.
Yeah, but she didn't do another interview here.
And then Ethan. E-E-T-H-A-N.
And Chapin, CH.
Where'd you come from, Mel? Never heard you.
PIN.
Hey, real fast. She's saying this morning around 4. There's a guy, black. Describe the guy that you saw.
I don't think he was a little bit taller than me. And, I couldn't really see much of him, but I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit. And he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth, and he didn't say anything to me, like, at all. I just shut the door and locked it, because I didn't know what to do. And I think he went out, like, the side door, the sliding door in the kitchen that goes out to the backyard.
Okay.
And then I didn't know anything else, so I called and I was like, I just need to come downstairs and find you because I don't know where anyone else is. And I called Maddie, I called Dana, I called Kaylee, no one would answer.
Okay.
And nobody mocked you, Mel. You just kept blabbing away, trying to get us to do what you wanted to do on the show, okay? I'm actually just going to put you on timeout for the rest of the show. I can't, I don't want to have you interrupting anymore. Sorry. Maybe come back tomorrow. See you later, Mel. Let's see. How do you go to sleep after hearing terrifying noises? Like everybody else, you know? She probably they convinced themselves, okay, they're just drunk or something, and they went to sleep. Okay? All right, thanks. Let's not do the victim blaming again.
All right. For Zena, do you know how old she is?
She's 20.
Is she in the sorority house?
Yeah, not anymore.
Okay. She's a student at UVI.
Yes.
Was in there. She didn't write.
Okay, I'm gonna move it past this guy again. Who's dog? Okay, now we're. I'm trying to get back to where we were.
Okay. Since she knows a bunch of the people who are all living here, I'm getting all their names, and then I'll finish collecting all their information. Okay. How old is Ethan?
I apologize. There's a door downstairs next to the bathroom that's got a padlock on, or a lock on it. You guys?
We don't know.
Okay. Who has access to that room?
Yeah, that's the real answer Holly just gave. You drink a lot, you pass out. And Ethan Chapin probably just wasn't going to wake up because he had a lot to drink, and he finally went to sleep, and he's just out of it.
So it's not something you guys normally do?
No, we have no
Maybe
idea.
he's a deep sleeper.
So Ethan, how old is Ethan?
I believe he just turned 20.
20. And it's Chapin, Chapin.
Yes, I believe.
Okay. Do you happen to know?
But I can tell you one thing is, Cop Tori, you are so much, you have way better virtues than everybody else in here. You are so much better. And I can just say for sure that you are way better than everybody else because you wouldn't have done what Dylan did. So, hey, you are incredible. All right? Everybody give a big round of applause.
Either of their date of birth.
All right, here we go.
No, I knows Xana's date of birth.
Okay. No worries. And Ethan.
She doesn't even know her date of birth? Oh my
You
God!
don't see him here right now. You see, but pretty sure he was in that room.
I think so. I think it's what told me. I don't know for sure.
All right. And then the two additional roommates that aren't here right now,
They're not.
that aren't here with you.
Yeah.
What are their names?
Maddie Mogan, MADDIE MOGEN. And then Kaylee, KAYLEE. Goncalves, GONC.
She says Goncalves. Is that actually how they say it? Because we say Gonzalez, but maybe it is, maybe she would have heard it differently to be able to say it like that.
LAVES.
It's not Goncalves. You remember at the beginning everybody saying Goncalves? Well, that's dumb, but she says Goncalves, which is very similar sounding to Gonzalves, what we've always been saying. And actually sort of makes more sense given the... So, I don't know. Maybe we've all been saying it wrong.
How old is Maddie?
21. Or 21 or 22. I can't remember. They're both over 21, but I don't know exactly.
I think so.
No, she didn't say Gonclaves. She might have spelled it wrong because she's out of it, but she knows the right order.
How old is Kaylee?
Over 21. I believe she's 21 or 22. Sorry, I don't fully remember.
It's okay. You're doing great.
Thanks.
Okay. I'm asking a lot of you, so I appreciate you.
Many people are hungover
You're
right
doing
now, too.
Very well.
Do you know if the other two girls are upstairs or not?
Yeah, she said...
Right now, what we got to do is we got to process this whole thing.
That makes sense.
Thanks,
I don't
Allie
know.
Cake.
Would I be permitted to tell you
That's fine.
right
That's
now? Okay.
fine. I understand.
Okay, let's go back. I just want to make sure we're getting everything. So you're sure at about 4 this morning?
Yes, it was 4:10.
You first noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Kaylee go upstairs and scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, went upstairs
Yeah.
to the way top.
Yes, to her room with Murphy the dog.
Okay.
And then
And you heard Kaylee scream?
I heard her scream and run as fast as she could downstairs, and she said someone's here.
Yeah, so we know that's not Kaylee, right? Let me go back a little bit again.
First noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Kaylee go upstairs and scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, went upstairs
Yeah.
to the way top.
Yes, to her room with Murphy the dog.
Okay.
And then
And you heard Kaylee scream?
I heard her scream and run as fast as she could downstairs.
Thank you, Christopher Marshburn.
She ran downstairs.
Yes, I could hear. You can hear everything. I'm not sure. I heard her run downstairs really fast. And then I heard Murphy barking a lot.
Okay.
And then I heard her go into I think it was the bathroom and I remember her sobbing, and I just remember hearing this guy's voice that I didn't recognize saying, "You're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it wasn't in like a nice way, it was like a weird way, like a weird tone.
You're gonna be okay.
I wish you'd had her like try to imitate it.
Gonna help you.
Yeah.
And you didn't hear anything from Kaylee anymore at that
No,
point?
after that I didn't hear anything. So then I kept calling for her name. I called on my phone, I called Xana.
And that's probably why she thought it was Kaylee, because she never went back upstairs again, that she would be in Xana's. Oh, that makes all the sense in the world now. Although, why did she... you would have thought that it was Xana and Kaylee in the room, but then one time she said it was Ethan and Kaylee in the room. I don't know. But yeah, you would think it would be Xana and Kaylee in that room. It makes sense that she might have thought Kaylee was in that room, though.
Maddie and Kaylee, none of them answered. So then I opened up the door to look, and that's when I saw the guy pass by. He looked at me, but he didn't come towards me or say anything, which was really confusing to me. I don't understand that. And I'm pretty sure he went out
Has she said that yet about hearing Murphy bark a lot? Because I was listening for that, too.
the side door. And then I called...
All right, you guys, we still only have one gifted membership, you guys. That's we got to do better than that on a night like this with so many people in here that aren't members. So you guys make yourself available if you can't afford it to be members, and then maybe somebody will gift one.
And said she thought maybe there was a fire or like a firework. We didn't know. We heard this...
I heard that she did say about the barking,
I guess.
but I just haven't heard it
Pop,
yet.
like a bang.
I don't know. Did you hear it bang?
She's already said it. She's already said it right now. Like, how far back was that? Like right here?
I heard this guy's voice that I didn't recognize saying, "You're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it wasn't in like a nice way, it was like a weird way, like a weird tone.
You're gonna be okay. I'm gonna help you.
Yeah.
And you didn't hear anything from Kaylee anymore at that
No,
point?
after that I didn't hear anything. So then I kept calling for her name. I called on my phone, I called Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee, none of them answered. So then I opened up the door to look, and that's when I saw the guy pass by. He looked at me, but he didn't come towards me or say anything, which was really confusing to me. I don't understand that.
Yeah, the problem is I have to always monitor chat because we get these wackos in here, so I miss stuff. It's only when I sit around by myself, but today I didn't have time.
And I'm pretty sure he went out the side door.
I had a meeting.
And then I called and said she thought maybe there was a fire or like a firework. We didn't know. We heard this. She heard this loud noise and there was a light, I guess.
I mean, how come I keep missing the
I think
dog?
How old is Kaylee?
Over 21, I believe.
I have to keep going backwards.
I'm asking a lot of you, so
sorry,
I appreciate you.
Don't say anything.
You're doing very well.
I've already rewound
The
it
other two girls are upstairs or not?
because I didn't. I only asked just a minute ago, so it couldn't have been. You know, somebody up above said right before you asked the last time. Well, I listened to the whole segment after and it wasn't there. So when was it?
Right now, what we got to do is we got to process this whole thing.
That makes sense.
I don't know what I'd be permitted to tell you
That's fine.
right now.
That's
Okay.
fine. I understand.
Okay.
She doesn't really want to know.
Make sure we're getting everything. So you're sure at about 4 this morning?
Yes, it was 4:10.
You first noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Kaylee go upstairs and scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, went upstairs.
Yeah.
So going upstairs, and then she screamed and then ran back downstairs. Well, we know that's Xana.
To the way top.
Yes, to her room with Murphy the dog.
Okay.
Murphy might have been with
And
Xana.
you heard Kaylee scream?
I heard her scream and run as fast as she could downstairs, and she said someone's here.
She ran downstairs?
Yes, I can hear. You can hear everything. Pretty much, I heard her run downstairs really fast, and then I heard Murphy barking a lot.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Wow, so that's going to be right. But she didn't. We know Xana didn't go into the bathroom. Yeah, I mean that wasn't. Like, I don't even know. How would she know that Xana was in the bathroom crying? How would she be able to tell that?
And then I heard her go into the I think it was the bathroom,
Think.
and I remember her sobbing, and I just remember hearing this guy's voice that I didn't recognize saying, "You're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it wasn't in like a nice way. It was like a weird way, like a weird tone.
That's crazy. You know what you should do is listen to the... I've got it right here. That's wild. Hey, thanks, Allie. Cake and Dixie Hippie. They're trying for a wave, everybody. Killburger. 21st. Is it this one? I think I just have it in this video here. It's in the background. So hold on. Thanks, Ishi says. Or she. Yeah, I think it is Ishi said. So there's okay.
Dixie Hippie.
So Murphy's barking.
Ocean wave emoji. Ocean wave emoji.
But the whimpering is like... It's coming up here. Yeah, who, like, I almost feel like I hear, like, who are you? Get out of here. Or like, go away, get out of here. See, here's where she's crying and whimpering. See? That's crazy. So I don't, you know, it's hard to match it up perfectly with what she's saying.
I'm never watching again, boo hoo hoo. Rolling on the floor.
They were in the main room. I heard them dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs.
Would I be permitted to tell you?
That's fine.
She ran downstairs.
Yes, I can hear it. You can hear everything. Pretty much. I heard her run downstairs really fast.
Yeah.
And then I heard Murphy barking a lot.
Okay.
And then I heard her going to the I think it was the bathroom, and I remember her sobbing.
Yeah, so that Murphy did bark a few times before that sobbing sound.
And I just remember hearing this guy's voice that I didn't recognize saying, "You're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you." But it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it wasn't in like a nice way, it was like a weird way.
Well, thanks for getting me to go find the part that you can hear talk about the dog barked a lot.
Like a weird tone.
You're gonna be okay. I'm gonna help you.
Yeah.
He does sound
you
like...
didn't hear anything from Kaylee anymore?
That guy.
After that, I didn't hear
Rogan.
anything. So then I kept calling for her name. I called on my phone, I called Vanna, Maddie, and Kaylee, none of them answered. So then I opened up the door to look, and that's when I saw the guy pass by. He looked at me, but he didn't come towards me or say anything, which was really confusing to me. I don't understand that. And I'm pretty sure he went out the side door. And then I called and said she thought maybe there was a fire or like a firework. We didn't know. She heard this loud noise and there was a light, I guess.
Did you hear like a pop, like a bang?
I don't know. Did you hear it bang?
It's what she heard.
Okay.
That's what she heard.
Okay, never mind. You sit there. I didn't hear that.
Hey, where are you going right now?
I'm just going to pick up my phone.
Okay. Where's your friend?
Thanks, Timothy.
To the left, please.
Yeah, I can move.
Okay.
I don't think I ever heard a bang. I didn't think anything about fire or firework.
Or
Until
gunshot?
I told her.
Or
I don't
anything?
think I heard anything of that, but I also was kind of in and out of it because I was so scared and I was really tired. And that's when I called and I told her, I need to come to your room because she was the only one that was answering me. So I just ran down there, and for a second I stopped and I saw Xana passed out, and I thought maybe she was just like sleeping or something. I didn't think anything because I was so out of it. And I went into the room and we just fell asleep. And then we woke up this morning and no one was waking up at all. Like no one was answering, which was really weird because all of us wake up around like 9 or 10. And then I called
Yeah, Murphy was in Kaylee's room. He had no blood on him or anything. I don't think he ever was in Maddie's.
to come check. And came here first. And I told him what happened. And then he looked in the room and he said he needed to get out and call the cops.
Okay. The guy that you saw, and it was dark, right? Or were there lights on in the house?
I think there were lights on in the house, I believe.
Okay.
I don't really know what he looked like because he had a mask, but he wasn't like super tall.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10". I think it was maybe my height an inch or two higher or lower. I can't really remember.
So about 6 foot.
I think so. Around there.
Yeah, but he just shut the door. It doesn't matter, Ginger. You know, he was just shutting that room anyways. Doesn't mean. You think they're gonna let Murphy sit in a room with two bodies and just shut the door in on him? There's no way. They found him underneath the desk in Kaylee's room. Remember?
How was he built? Fat, skinny, stocky?
More like skinny, but like basketball player kind of skinny. Like not too skinny, but like almost fit skinny in a way. That's what I think. I don't know for sure.
And then the voice, he said, when he said those words, you didn't recognize that voice before.
I didn't recognize him or his voice. I mean, I also couldn't see him, but I didn't recognize that voice at all. It didn't even cross my mind if that could be.
Did you guys have a party last night too? Or?
Not tonight, but there was.
Where are all the membership gifting freaks out there? We've only got 2.
And we had like a formal thing beforehand. That was 2 days ago.
Okay. Is there anything that popped out about that event that was concerning?
No, I mean, I went to because Ethan, he is with somebody named Xana, and who are dating, and Xana went there. I was there for a little bit, and then I went to my friend's house down the street, and then I came back home with my friend. Everything was fine, nothing weird at all, nothing suspicious, until 4 a.m.
Okay.
Pardon what? Who you talking to?
All right. I don't think I have any more questions for you right now.
Well, people live in that complex, and what is the street? The street isn't going to contaminate anything. You just drive up to your. I don't know. I don't get it.
Somebody else will be talking to you.
Sounds good.
So let's grab that. Let's go back over there.
Thanks, Dixie Hippies.
All right. Who else?
All right, so that was the end of her. Now maybe we should go back and listen to go watch Ginger. I remember the part where they shut a door upstairs and they mentioned Murphy, but where is it? Right here. Right, there we go.
Pretty much they were in the name of my heard them dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone was in the room and she ran downstairs.
They should be having that going to his.
No, well, we're at 44 minutes and it's not in there. So I'm not sure what part you're talking about. Does he go back into the house? This is the full video. You said 44 minutes in. Yeah, it's not in there. Yeah, don't worry about it. Probably just misunderstand. It's not in there. It's not there, Ginger. Yeah, but this is the same length. This is the video from there, so it's not... You know, you go to 44 minutes and it's not there. You know, they're still outside. They're talking to people. See? You know? This is the full video. Hey, Christina, in here it's sort of like Thanksgiving dinner, you know? Somebody says something... And also we, you know, like, let's try to be more like encouraging to, you know, people that are normal channel member types. You know, we don't need to, you know, I mean, I think it's a okay question to say, hey, why don't they let the vehicles, why are they letting the vehicles drive up the street? Well, the one thing is this is there isn't two streets that you can come in and out on. The only way in is King Road. And people live in there. They did put yellow tape on the whole house and that area, so I think they had it pretty well protected. You know. So maybe you were talking about 4 minutes and something. I mean, we could go back in where he's inside the house.
Russell, please comment.
But welcome in here, Christina. You know, what's going on? I'm not sure. What are you talking about, Christina? You're not helping Gray. What? I didn't say that. I said you should be able to ask the questions. I don't use closed captions because you have to be on about a minute ahead of everybody. But then they show up after the show's over. You're not helping Gray. I thought what I said was pretty good. Yeah, they do. Well, they do. They can't block off the road in this one though, because there's no way out for anybody, so they can't do it. You understand that part? That's what the deal is. You can't block. You can't get out of there. All right. Hey, Joel Burnt. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of times you'll have a crime scene and then there's a long street and then they block off to a street before you get there and a street after you pass the place where the house is. And then everybody else, you know, but in this case, there's no way in or out for anybody. So, you know, I don't know how you handle a situation like that. A lot of people live in those apartments. But I'm not sure what you meant, Christina, when you said I'm not helping. I think what I said was totally normal.
Clear here. Going up.
Clear.
Please start it.
We're in 34 coming up.
Oh, I mean, it's just like Thanksgiving dinner in here. I'm sure Lisa didn't mean anything by it. It wasn't a bad question, all right? You know, everybody has a bad moment, or every show I have 6 bad moments, okay? I have 3-hour shows. I'm sure mods can have bad moments here and there. It's not really a crazy question to wonder why they let cars drive through there, right? Oh, I see. You're saying it's not helping.
Dude.
Oh, there's no comma after Gray. It just says you're not helping Gray with... That's what you're saying.
We're clear. Let me just secure the outside first. So.
Go to the front door.
Maybe Lisa can make peace with Christina. Oh, it's 8:02. Okay. Okay, see, Ginger, you had me on a wild goose chase here.
There's a back entry. I was going to start taping it all off.
Brian's taping the outside off.
Okay.
Where's the other?
There are two right here.
It's so ridiculous. They're blocking, putting the black covering over every redaction of just like a slight glimpse of a side of Kaylee's room. I mean, what difference does it make?
I was putting it off. I already got it. I got in there. Shut the door in there.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't. He's in the room right now, so they shut the dog in. There's two people up there. One of the people shut the dog in Kaylee's room. See, I'll show you. Watch. One of them shut the dog that Kaylee's in, or the Kaylee's room. They locked Murphy in there, and the other one went into Madison's room again.
First,
Go to the front door.
There's a back entry. I was going to start taping it all off.
Brian's taping the outside off.
Okay.
Where's the other?
There are two right here.
Thank you, Ann Bezic. How come there's no audio? They're probably giving descriptive what they saw. Oh, they didn't block it out. You can see into the room right there. Ah.
I was putting it off.
So there's two people still upstairs right now.
I got in there. Shut the door in there.
And then this person goes back into the room. So I don't know if this is the guy. I mean, seems like he's the guy with the camera. I think it's hard to say though. It's like the angle's weird.
I was putting it off. I already got it. I got in there. Shut the door in there.
So they're back in the room with Madison, and he's looking at them. But in a moment here, there's like two people. So that, I guess that's him, even in the mirror there. And now he's going to probably shut the door. So maybe right there he shut the door. I don't know. I didn't see anybody's door shut. Oh yeah, right there. He shuts that one too. So he does shoot. He shuts Madison's door when he's in.
I already got it. I got in there. Shut the door in there.
So I think he said, why don't you shut the door? And he goes, I'll shut the dog in there. There's two different things going on. So he's going to go shut Madison's door. And I think what they're really kind of saying is to keep the dog out, is what they're really kind of saying. So he looks in there again. And I mean, it must be just, just absolutely horrendous what they're looking at. All right, we only got 3 channel memberships tonight, you guys.
you guys see when you can track this?
Track with the prints.
Thanks, Shamo. Yeah. Let me go back. Let me look at that again. Do you guys think this is Koberger right here? I mean, it could be. I mean, it seems kind of reasonable. Like you have feet going this way and that way. Then they go up here. You know, and so somebody in my video that I just put out today about the, it was the video about where he parked. And then I thought maybe, you know, if he parked down lower, he'd just cut out to the left here. But if he does go back up that way, you know, I don't know why he's going up in that direction. And I guess I got to still do some more work on the light turning up there.
Great investigative work on this case, Gray.
Well,
Your
thank
level
you.
of excellence is head and shoulders above other channels.
Well, thank you, Christina. Preserving crime, same, they were all over the place. Yeah, I mean, I think once they saw it was a homicide, they should have really kind of limited the number of people that were moving around in there. But, you know, it seems like they did a pretty good job of, like, keeping the rooms pristine anyways. Yeah. So if he did come in this way and out that way. And we don't even know. We don't know for certain if those are his footprints, though. Because we've never seen that in any documents, have we? That they fit his size. We heard one time that they said that there appeared to be footprints. But nobody ever once in any document said it matched his shoe size. You know? They just said that they found footprints there. And it very, very well could be his footprints. I mean, it's interesting how they go in and then they go out. Right where you would think. Yeah, but the thing is it'd be easy, like where I had him park, you know, if he just, like I have him parked right here and then maybe he moved it down here somewhere. And then you just go out like this, boom, and you're out of there. But if he didn't move it down, the only thing I'm pretty certain of, like 99%, is that he parked right around, like right here. Like, or he, you know, so he would drive like this and kind of arc out a little bit and then turn. And so that one thing, that's what's bothering me though, is the darkness in the shadows going to the right. And if the car would have to be going left for it to do that, but the light as a whole goes off to the right. So I'm kind of, but if you had something on the headlights itself or right next to the headlights, I think it would do that. But it can't be something far away that would do the shadow. I don't know, it's kind of, and it did it on all 4 passes too, you know. Oh yeah, that is a good, well the DoorDash said they didn't want to go down, so if they made it that far, wouldn't they have just dropped it off? Yep. Alright guys, I'll have to say it again in here. See, on this night, every night on this channel tries to raise funds to help support the channel. Plus, we donate thousands of dollars, including our charity and our DNA fund that we do. We've given, you know, $30,000 to Texas Equisearch, $30,000 to NCMEC, $30,000 to Rain, $100,000 to our DNA fund, $18,000 to our scholarship fund, and a whole bunch of other places. So the only way that happens is if everybody's helping support the channel. Like, consider the channel like you're tipping a waiter at a restaurant. I mean, that's actually how you should be doing it for all the people who do live streams, because there's almost no ad revenue on these streams. And if you like what they're doing, they need the support, just like this channel. So if you have the ability to, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Matt, well, we only can do Texas Exo Search if people are helping out. We've already done, I think we gave them $500 earlier this month, and then $1,000 to Nickmack just the other day. Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to get to know what the little thingy was. But what I'm saying it right there, it's not intended to fall on deaf ears. It's literally like, hey, everybody, if we could just, you know, work as a group, help support the channel, that would be awesome. Thank you. Well, we got a coffee from Michelle. Thank you. But we're really lacking on channel memberships tonight. Like, but we got Chicken Wing did one just a minute ago too. Yeah, I just said that. I was just looking at it. But we only have 5. We usually get 30 or so. I don't know why. Their excuse is I think, you know what I think? I think Bill Thompson just wanted to cut the deal, and he was just happy to get it over with. He didn't want something to complicate it. But now they use the excuse of, well, he wouldn't have told us the truth anyways. Well, why not get him to say something anyways? You know? And at least have him tell you where he threw the knife in. Or if he threw the knife in the water or he buried it somewhere, you know? That's it. But yeah, it's getting really depressing that after I give the spiel about how to support the channel, when it just goes... Alright, let's see. So what I had with Dylan here is... So let's go take a look at this document here. Now that we've heard what she's just said, we've got this one, which was done on the same day, actually. Now, I don't know if this is... I wonder what the time frame... Did this guy... This says 1:49. So this is a little after that. Like, they got her aside. I mean, just like an hour and a half later. He even told her that she's going to be interviewed again. Well, coffees are good because it doesn't take as much out, but super chats are convenient. But there's just nothing happening tonight. It's just, man, very frustrating. Especially when you make a video and nobody watched it when it was a good one. Yeah, so, well, he could lie and say he could have buried it somewhere and then tell somebody he just threw it in the river. And then when law enforcement goes and looks for it, they can't find it. You know, they go, oh, well, you just didn't find it. Yeah, no, I definitely threw it in the river there. Well, I guess, you know, you guys just couldn't find it. And it's actually buried somewhere for him to retrieve. You know, so he could easily lie about that. Hey, that'll help you out, Molly. That's right, everybody. Let me see if I can cheer you up with this right here. Hold on.
Maybe supporting the channel will help. Smiley face emoji.
A solid pipe. There it is. Look at that. Ah! All right, let's see. How about this one right here? That's right, everybody. Molly McEllier is having a great time tonight. She's going to really enjoy the show. It's one of the best shows in the history of mankind. Now let's try this one. Everybody go watch the Rodeo Clown YouTube True Crime channel. He's a guy that has spiders on his eyes, and he told you that Dylan and Bethany were the killers the entire time, like an absolute nut job. And then after Brian Koberger confessed, he deleted all those videos, knowing that he had slandered those two girls for 2 years. Unbelievable, everybody. All right. All right. How's that? Is that working for you? Oh, wait. One more thing. We can do it. You know what that has to be? This has to be the other one. Hold on. Right there. Scroll up. Thanks, Kate.
When I was on Court TV, do you guys see that? I'm sure they'll get the obligatory, I can't believe you had Gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
One more time. One more time.
Court TV, do you guys see that? I'm sure they'll get
So if you're wondering what the hell this thing means here, you guys, is I've been on Court TV probably, I don't know, 15, 20 times. They've asked me to be on for Adelson, but I'm just not. I like to be on when I'm really, like, I've got it, you know. I know what I'm doing. I don't want to fumble around and just be sort of a talking head in generalities. I want to know what the hell I'm talking about. But anyways, whenever I'm on Court TV, if you go underneath the video, it's actually hilarious. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry troll, they actually had a little community of trolls for me, and they go, ooh, Gray's, he was on there, everybody go over, and they run over there, and they all say this.
When I was on Court TV, do you guys see that? I'm sure they'll get the obligatory, I can't believe you had Gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
And that's somebody, our buddy, watching that.
I'm sure
McMahon. He was actually just watching that. He recorded himself laughing.
they'll get the obligatory, I can't believe you had Gray on your show, Vinny. I'm never watching again.
God, I can watch that. I mean, it makes me laugh every single time. Hey, how about you guys? Did I make you laugh? All right, there you go. See, Holly, how about that one? Did I get you some laughs in there? All right, very cool. Now, we definitely need some more gifted channel memberships, you guys. Well, that's because that one I was just... you would, Reck. I've actually done shows without my visor before, so... Yeah. I mean, that was a show there. I did one. But, you know, I hadn't had a haircut in a while, so my hair was, like, sticking up. And thank you, Olivia. A.K. Olivia Ocean. All right, so let's just read this. So this is what she said later in the day, all right? Let's see. On November 13th, 2022, hey, thanks, Shamo. Dylan Mortensen was interviewed in regard to the homicide investigation at 1122 King Road. Dylan said she was a resident of the house where the incident occurred. Dylan said she was at the some kind of a party, some fraternity party at around 10:30 on 11/12 where she was drinking. Dylan said she went to another house. Dylan said she believed she arrived home between 12:30 and 1 hours on 11/13/2022. Dylan said she thought Bethany arrived home at around 20 minutes after she arrived. Hey, look at that. Timothy Cecil gifted a membership. All right. Dylan said she believed Maddie and Kaylee arrived home at around 1:30 and 2, which is close. Like right, I think it was like 2:50. Well, I actually have it right here. 1:50 is what I meant to say. Let's see. Let's put this over here. We've got 1:54. 56 they were dropped off. Right there. So 1:56, Kaylee and Madison were dropped off at 1122 King Road. You guys want me to go over this now? Because I think it's kind of interesting to go over now after we just heard that. And I think this is going to be more detailed. And now it's way more... See, that's why it's always interesting when you go back over documents again. Because now there's way more context. You see, now we've seen how everything was. They were outside. Now, when you listen to the 911 call again, it's different now because you see it, how everything was. It's totally different. You can see they probably went up the stairs and then Hunter, you know. And by the way, you know, like you had the beer pong table. I'm sure that, didn't help. Getting a great visual down the hallway of seeing, because I would imagine that Dylan went to the right of the pong table as she's leaving and then kind of looked over there and, you can see, but there's just other visual things in your eyesight, not just a straight shot to the room. Yeah, they talked to the person that dropped them off. I've read the entire interview on this show here. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He what the person said was they seem to be in a good mood. He's, he picks them up off the books sometimes, and they pay later sometimes. Like sometimes they don't even pay that night. Like that night, Kaylee and Madison didn't pay the driver because they would just pay him a different time. But it was off the books. Like it wasn't like, let's say he works for Uber. Well, they just had his private number and they picked him up. That way he doesn't have to send Uber some money. I think he probably, what if he got in trouble after that interview came out? I'm not sure you're supposed to do that. So, hey, welcome, Infidel6687. Aren't we all? All right, so Dylan said she believed Maddie and Kaylee arrived home at around 1:30 to 2, 1:56 on 11/13/2022. Dylan said, up to this, nothing weird had happened during the night. Dylan said she and her friend, some guy, came home, I think, maybe it's a guy, I don't know, followed by, looks like Bethany from, maybe she was at Sigma Chi. Dylan said, this other guy lived at the house, and Bethany, so it is a guy, was her roommate at the residence. Dylan said when Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez, well, they actually spelled it Gonclaves in the article. Look at that. So somebody spelled it wrong right there. That's pretty funny. M. Morgan, it's right there. Yeah, wow. Came home from the corner club at the same time, and that's 1:56, and everyone went to bed. But that isn't really how it went. Dylan was asked about the layout of her house. Dylan said Kaylee's room was directly above her room. Let's see. Dylan said Kaylee's room was directly above her room. See, she's got everything messed up. I think she was just totally out of it. Because Madison is directly above her room, not Kaylee. Right? You see how there's errors there? So Dylan was asked about the layout of her house. Dylan said Kaylee's room. But here's the thing. Do we know that she's making the error? She did make the error on who was running up and down the stairs. But I think sometimes the officer doesn't write it down right or something. Dylan said she lived on the second floor and Kaylee lived on the third floor. But that's actually Madison's room. Dylan said Kaylee and Maddie both live upstairs on the third floor in separate rooms. Dylan said Xana lived closest to the bathroom on the second floor and Bethany lived on the first floor. That's all right. When asked about Murphy, Dylan said it was a dog owned in common between Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend Jack. Jack's the guy, he's in the Bethany Funk interview outside, and he's in the car when the officer goes to turn off the lights of the vehicle and then notices, oh, I forgot about you. Dylan said there were no apparent issues between Kaylee and Jack. Dylan said Maddie had a boyfriend named Jake. He wasn't there though. Who was in Boise at the time of the incident. Dylan indicated Xana was dating Ethan Chapin, who was in the room with her at the time of the incident. Dylan did not know of anyone who would want to hurt Ethan when she was asked. Dylan was asked if she saw any cars in the area that should not be there. Dylan said, no, I was not really looking at that. but there wasn't any. But we're having one of those lulls, everybody. So if you're out there, we're still way behind on trying to reach a goal tonight. So if you have the ability to, that would be great. The goal that I had up here didn't even come close to getting reached. I think we got to 4 out of 20. And so Dylan said she woke up at around 4 a.m. on 11/13 where she could hear Kaylee and Murphy the dog dancing. You see how that's like totally different? I mean, how come that is totally different than what she said. Or maybe, maybe that's something that was a little bit before. Dylan said she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voices and could hear Murphy barking. Dylan said she heard Kaylee go upstairs. So where did they hear the dancing going on? Where she could hear Kaylee Murphy the dog. Oh, so downstairs. So maybe that was Xana, listening TikTok and playing around with Murphy. And then Dylan said she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voice and could hear Murphy barking. I think it's mainly the Murphy dog barking. Dylan said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, hey, there's someone here. So she's saying this similar to what she said outside. Dylan said, but I don't remember the dancing part outside and singing. Dylan said, thought she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs. Dylan said Kaylee sounded scared when she made this statement. That's weird, too, because she's totally got the wrong person. It has to be. Kaylee was found on Madison's bed in the back, not in... like she came running back up again. Dylan said at this time she jumped up, locked the door because she did not know what else to do. Dylan said she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said she then... well, why didn't you follow up with that? Dylan said she then tried to call Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie on their phones. Let's see if we go right here. Dylan calls Xana at 4:20. Koberger's outside at his car. Then 4:20 and 28 seconds, Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk talked for 41 seconds. Then Bethany tried calling Xana. Dylan tried to call Madison. Bethany tried to call Ethan. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk started chatting back and forth for a while. And Koberger leaves. He's seen for the last time right here. So like anything in here, Bethany Funk calls Xana. Dylan Mortensen calls Bethany Funk. Dylan calls Xana. Bethany calls Dylan. Koberger's still right out in the area. He hasn't left yet. Anyways, let's see. I'm sure she... So how do we get the ball rolling here, you guys? We need more channel memberships. We need to try to reach the goals. I mean, this is Friday night, man. Tip the waiter. Thanks, Shamo. Do you think a lot of residents and students in the area... or over here. Do you think a lot of residents and students in the area installed many more security cameras? Oh yeah. Yeah. I think a lot more weapons were purchased, and I think a lot more security cameras. I think it's bizarre that people don't have surveillance cameras this day and age. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. All right, well, that goal didn't work, so I'm going to start another one. How about this? Can we reach a small goal here? Alright, there we go. We'll just keep doing small goals, see what happens. That's what I was told by YouTube. Chicken wing. Because I'm cool. That's what your motivation is on this one. Hey, look at that. Dixie Hippie gifted one to some religious person. No, I don't even know how they got in. Okay. Dylan said at this time she jumped up, locked the door because she did not know what else to do. Dylan said she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said she then tried to call Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie on their phones. Dylan was asked if she saw anyone come downstairs or heard anything. Dylan said no. I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors and never had problems before. It was just really random. It says I was just really random. Hey, look at that. Karen Messenger. Look at that. Tonight's what do you call it? There's only CR is the queen of membership gifting, but you know, right now tonight you got that. Thanks, Karen Messenger. All right. So that's kind of weird. No, I don't even know how it says it was just really random. When asked again about the series of events, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee. Then closed the door because she was scared. So now he knows that there's somebody else awake in the house. Dylan said she then opened her door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. Dylan said she then heard a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Dylan said it was weird because the statement was not in a nice voice, and the voice was one she had never heard before. Dylan said she called out to Kaylee again, and there was no crying after she did not know what happened after that. Dylan said she opened the door again, and the guy is right there. Dylan described the male as approximately her height, 5'10" or a few inches taller, not skinny but athletically built. Dylan said the suspect was wearing all black with masks that covered just his forehead and goes around his face. Dylan showed with her hands the mask exposed his nose but covered the mouth area. Dylan said she believed the suspect was white but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. Dylan said when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. Weird.
Sometimes, when your pocket gets lighter, your day gets brighter.
I don't know. Yeah, you know. Thanks, Molly Micheli. Hopefully it got you some laughs earlier, though, you know. Thanks, Shamo. Yeah, if we get 8 more channel memberships, I'll donate 5 myself. All right? That's how we'll do it. How close was Brian to Dylan when she saw him? She said like 3 or 4 feet. Yeah, I mean, I've shown, you know, I can show you guys how it would look. I mean, this is the only channel that's got all these different things to show you. I mean, 360-degree videos all around, inside the house. I've got the an animation of what happened. Now, this thing has an update every freaking day, okay? It's unbelievable. Let me open up that one. Thank you, Patty Jensen and Mary Bezick. Alright, so this one is under a different folder. I got everything spread out. I gotta remember where everything is working on. And I go to the 2022 folder. It's so old that this is the Koberger folder from way back then. And then I go to the Idaho crime scene, then 360 panoramic, the third version, and then boom, right there. And this is the one that's good. Thanks, Teresa. Staring blankly, Murray. All right, here we go. So I'm sure she wasn't out her door like that. I think she was totally in her room and just looked out the opening. I'm just trying to, make it so you can see what we're looking at. So that's inside the room there. And look, I can move around and look around and stuff. I mean, that's not how her bed, room looks totally different than that. Inside. So it's kind of like that, see? Like this is literally a 3D model of the house. She opens her door. Just pretend the door is shut and it's opened about right here. And she's just looking out. Well, he's right there. Just 3-4 feet away. And then, like the next shot in here is, I think, you can still see, like right there, she's looking out and there he is walking through the kitchen. You can see his feet down there. And then the next one would be kind of like this. He's not there anymore, but he's left out the sliding glass door. And see, these are the stairs that go upstairs. I gotta tell you, like, I'm so disappointed that 3D Studio Max, they got rid of the... See, I have to take still frames to do these 360, but they used to have... Oh, I gotta get that off the screen. It's been on there for like an hour. Sorry. Oh, there you go. Look at. Let's see. I'll make it bigger. Here, let me go back a little bit for you guys, since I had something on the screen. It's so weird. The mouse disappears on this version right there. Yeah, so that's in the room. See, like right there. There he is walking by. That's how close it is. Yeah, I think it's playing. Yeah, that's crazy. The mouse doesn't show up on the screen. And then, like right there, see, there's his feet down there, leaving. And the next shot is this one. But they used to have in 3D Studio Max where you could render the actual full animation. So I could be going like this and somebody would run by. If they're not still frames. It would have been incredible. Like, just to be, be absolutely wild to be able to do that. So, anyways, there you go for that. Grant Hughes. Oh boy. There we go. All right, so if we get 8 more, like I said, 8 more channel membership gifted. That's what we need. Did we get some just now that I missed? No, almost. Mercedes Marshall, thank you for all you do. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, thank you guys. I mean, without the support from you guys, we aren't able to do all the great stuff that we do outside of the channel. It keeps me going. It also allows us to do all the great stuff. I mean, we've done 250. What is it, the number again? I keep thinking it's 260 something. Yeah, it is. No, is that right? 256. Yeah, we just get to $250,000. So it's $256,500 since January of 2020. Every nickel shown on the screen, proven, given out. People call me Greg. You know, by the way, my diploma from Oregon State University said Gary Hughes on it. So I go off the end of the stage and I do a U-turn and I go back and I have them fix it. And then I kept getting these fundraising letters calling me Gary. So then I go to a bar one time and there's this Oregon State University like, hey, you know, trying to get, and I go, listen, I'll tell you what, I'll respond to you guys if you spell my damn name right just once. All right. All right. Okay, Dylan said she believed the suspect was white but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. I remember but she just, oh, those eyebrows though, right? Dylan said when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. Dylan said she believed he was holding something near his stomach or belt line. Dylan used both hands to point straight out from her abdomen. Dylan then moved her hands apart and back together. Well, why don't you just get more description from her instead of just that, you know? Hey, thanks, Angela. Yeah, it's not too bad. Dylan said this area was black in color, and she thought now maybe it was a gun. Yeah, so maybe it was. Dylan said the unknown object had an arrow shape. Dylan seemed really unsure and said she was tired during the event. Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee said someone is here to when she saw the suspect. Dylan said she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes. I mean, see how off that is? That's just way off. Oh, do you guys get the little thing bouncing around? Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll do another one now. Thanks, Mindful. Yeah, it definitely wasn't 10 or 20 minutes because, Koberger didn't even get into the house until, I think, around like 4:14 and then left at 4:20. So there isn't really a lot of time there. But, if you think it was, you look at the phone when you were calling and then it was 4 o'clock, you thought you heard something, then all of a sudden you got 20 minutes. But Dylan went on to say she was in and out of it, and she did not fully remember the incident. Dylan was asked where the suspect was in the residence when Dylan saw him. Dylan said the suspect was between her bedroom door and the kitchen. Dylan said she remembered watching the suspect go out of the kitchen door and leave. Dylan said at this time she closed her door and locked it as fast as she could. Dylan said the suspect did not walk towards her or say anything. Dylan said once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany, and they talked to each other, but it was actually Bethany that called her first. They talked immediately after. In fact, they talk like, and see, that proved what I was telling you guys. So, like, right after Koberger left, so it could have been, 4:18 and 50 seconds or something. I mean, because right here, it's at 4:19 and 7 seconds, Bethany calls Dylan. And Dylan calls Bethany, though, at 4:20 and 28 seconds. So he'd already left by 4:19:07. I think he left at around, before 4:18:30. I think closer to 4:18 he left. Because you don't hear anything anymore, and it sounds like it's all over at that point. The dog's barking. He needs to get the hell out of there. Dylan said she then went to bed. Dylan said she was in and out of it and believed everyone was just asleep. Dylan said she then went to Bethany's room, locked the door, and went to bed. Dylan said she woke up at around 11 or 12 in the morning, noon, 12 noon, 11 a.m. to 12 noon, and called her roommates, and no one answered. Dylan said she called Bethany, and let's see, Hunter came to the residence, went upstairs, that's Hunter Johnson, went upstairs and told Dylan they needed to call law enforcement immediately. Right. So that makes sense, right? Like they're downstairs, so he goes upstairs and tells them to call law enforcement immediately. And then I think that's when he went sort of on his own, got a knife, and was going to go back in there. Dylan was asked if there was anything else she wanted to share. Dylan said the noise. Bethany described the noise as a loud boom, but Dylan did not hear it. Right. Well, we can listen. We're going to listen to Bethany's here in a minute. Bethany says she doesn't even know if what she heard was. That's exactly what I told you guys. You know, I thought maybe it was Xana turning on the light, but I also said she was absolutely asleep. Could have just been part of her dream that she was having. Had nothing to do with anything. Because she was out of it. Like she got woken up by something. Nothing really, let's see. Dylan was asked if any of her roommates shared any weird experiences in the last couple of weeks or calls, text. Dylan said no, it's been all normal, nothing weird at all. Nothing really weird happens in Moscow. Usually when asked if there was any altercations at any of these parties, no, everything was normal. Dylan mentioned again she was with some guy and Xana at the party. Dee was asked if, Dylan. Why would she say her name again? Dylan mentioned again she was with Dylan and Xana. I mean, there's a D there. I don't know what that name is. Dylan was asked if anyone was having sexual relationship with anyone they shouldn't be. She said no. Dylan brought up an incident which occurred about a month prior. Dylan said she and Bethany remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy outside, I think is what it meant. Dylan said Kaylee also mentioned when she was and that case has been figured out. Also said she arrived, that was the one at the Winco Foods or something, and they actually tracked the person down. He was just trying to ask her out on a date. Dylan said she did not believe the slider door was locked the night of 11/12/2022. Dylan said she heard Murphy barking a lot at around 4. So in here it even says that. At around 4 a.m. Yeah, so it was really more like 17 or something. When Kaylee went upstairs, Dylan said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. So there you go. And what did somebody say earlier in here that they thought it was a, hey, thanks this account. Somebody said that they knew that was Murphy Yeah, so, right, there you go. So Dylan and them, when they say they heard Murphy barking over and over and over again, that's the dog that's barking, right? Or is there a second dog that was closer to the camera or inside that house? I mean, maybe there's 2 dogs barking, but they do kind of bark the same, right? I mean, sometimes it just sounds closer to the camera. And by the way, some of that is everybody is like boosting up audio at certain points, so sometimes it sounds like they're 2 feet away. Let's see. Dylan brought up, okay, we already did that. The slider door was locked. She said she heard Murphy barking a lot around 4. Kaylee, and then before Kaylee went upstairs, and then Dylan said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase. God, see, that's where I think he did go out the slider. I think Murphy was loose in the house. And maybe, you know what? Maybe Madison never actually found. Wouldn't this be ironic if this is how? So Murphy's gone. And she couldn't find Murphy. But she just went upstairs anyways to go to bed. And then Murphy came in. And then Madison leaves the slider open so that Murphy can come back in on his own, and he does. He goes into the house, and then goes over to Xana's room or something, and Xana's like, "Hey, Murphy," and and then brings Murphy, and then maybe that's how the access to the, you know, the slider was already open even. Wouldn't that be crazy? And then Murphy is in the house, and then maybe Xana's bringing Murphy back up the stairs, and maybe she is singing it. Well, you know, that's the thing. Yeah, it's like maybe that's the only reason she was going upstairs. Like she was like going upstairs, and she's singing away with her, you know, something brings Murphy upstairs, and then when she brings the dog upstairs, she's like, "Oh my God, there's somebody here!" And then that's how it went down. You know, maybe it wasn't like she heard something and went up to investigate. Because I don't think a lot of people would do that. I think it's like this, whatever it was a surprise to her, too. Wouldn't that be interesting if that's how it all was? Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase a suspect outside. See, they're even talking about that. Dylan said she did not remember if the suspect who ran left the slider door open. Right, because she didn't look. But the slider was probably open, and I bet Murphy ran out, and then he went back in. Well, I guess it's kind of like, how would that have worked? Okay, so let's say Madison never found Murphy, but, you know, he's always around. He'll come back. So she leaves the slider open, and then, you know, maybe from upstairs they could hear that he came back in, and then he's kind of hanging out with Xana, and then Xana goes upstairs later to bring Murphy upstairs, and that's when, you know, she probably thought maybe they were still awake. There were some noises, and then goes up there, and while she's bringing Murphy up, goes, "Oh my God, there's somebody here!" And then is being chased down. That's why you kind of hear the dog almost like following him down the stairs, because you hear the little bark, a couple barks while they're down there, and then the attack happens, and then he runs out, and then, you know, doesn't that weird? That almost kind of makes sense. You know, that's pretty weird, right? That's strange. It does kind of make sense. I mean, there's always something that can, okay, well, this happens, so that can't be. But I'm just trying to think. Because the dog was barking and barking, and then when Koberger went out, like, I wouldn't be surprised if right after Dylan shut the door, Murphy came running behind and was following Koberger outside, and was just barking and barking at him over and over and over again. Because it barked like the whole time he was outside at his car trying to get into it. And then as soon as the car left, Murphy stopped barking. Did you notice that? And then it starts up again a little bit after that. That's crazy, right? That's a weird one. I might have to maybe I'll make a video on that theory and see what people think. That might be one that people would be interested in. All right, let's see if we can get 6 channel memberships. I'm trying to get to 20 so I can donate 5 more. So we need 6 more gifted channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5, which is $25 from me, and then we'll be at 25 for the night. How's that? Sound good? All right. Okay, and this says interview 2, so here's another interview with her. Okay. So let's see how this one works. Hey, there's Lisa Valenzuela. We need 5 more now. Okay. Hunter said around 12 o'clock hours, Dylan called. I'm not sure what that is, right? This is interview 2. Oh, this is with Hunter Johnson. All right. But maybe we should let's just get to the point where he's there. Okay, entered the code. So Hunter said he went upstairs and immediately went to Xana's room. Hey, thanks, Jessica Schubach. Hunter said this was the only room he went into. Hunter said when he approached the door, it was only partially open. Hunter said when he opened it, he saw Xana and Ethan. Hunter said he initially did not realize all the blood was dried blood in the room. Yeah, because it gets kind of like it's dark and dry, and you might not have thought, oh, wow, it's blood. It wasn't like the red color that you get. Hunter said he thought at first they had been drunk and left a mess. Hunter said when he stood there for a moment, he began to realize realize what he was seeing. Hunter said Bethany and Dylan were uncontrollably crying. Hunter said he told them to get out of the house and call law enforcement. Hunter said he then went, so after the girls went downstairs and called 911, this all just totally makes sense here. Hunter said he then went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer. And so that's why when law enforcement got there, he has the knife on him still when that guy goes upstairs, and then he puts the knife on the table. Hunter said he then went into the room and checked the closet to make sure there was not anyone else in the room. Hunter said he checked for a pulse on both Xana and Ethan, so he did touch them, and maybe that got a little blood on himself. Hunter said both of the bodies had rigor mortis and were cold with no breath or pulse. Wow, that's brutal. Hunter said he believes the two had been deceased for a while. Yeah, so when he saw him, it was 8 hours later. That's right when rigor mortis sets in. During there's like a window. I think 6 to 8 hours or something. He indicated he was last. All right, we need 4 more, you guys. 4 more channel memberships. Hunter indicated he was last out of the residence on 11/12/2022, where he was pre-gaming for the Vandals football game. Hunter said he got to the residence, so he was last out of it. No, not last. He was last at the residence. Hunter said the last time Ethan was at 1122 King Road was Friday 11/11/2022. He did not know of anyone who had an issue with Ethan. Came into the room where he and called around 10. It sounded scared. Said Dylan told Bethany, I don't know what that is. Someone had been in their house last night. Oh, Emily had been in their house last night. Dylan said, and Bethany ran downstairs and locked themselves in a room. Dylan said, and Dylan informed them she did this because of her seeing someone in the house, and Dylan could only see his nose and his chin. He was freaking out and wanted them to come over to 1122 King Road. Welcome, Lisa. Said he walked with, I don't know if that's what word that is, Emily and Johnson to 1122 King Road, Johnson's apartment on Taylor Avenue. Yeah, so there's nothing really else in that. So this was a document that was in that larger set, and then we had this one here. So let's see if what it says in this one. And we also have the grand jury stuff. That's pretty interesting. Alright, so I'm going to have to do another goal since nobody's, it was a real simple one we had there. Alright, try that one. That would be the equivalent. It was time to become a member finally. That's right, Lisa. That's right. You just got to think of it like Thanksgiving in here. When you're at that table, sometimes there's arguments, sometimes there isn't, but when it's all said and done, we're here to, figure out what the hell's going on in cases, cover cases, in a factual way, and then also try to make a big difference every single month by supporting various causes out there from part of the income that comes into the channel. So there you go. There you go. Oh, there's never disagreements. Just jumped completely off and came back. Fingers crossed. Hey, thanks Shamo again. Yeah, there's some people who are just like, yeah, whatever, great. Just get on with the show. But we have stuff that we try to get done each month here, so. Is that all? Let's see. You got rice, salad. By the way, does anybody really want a salad when you're at a picnic or something? A barbecue? Let's say you're at a barbecue. Are you looking around for someone to bring that little bowl of green salad? Because I sure as hell am not. I'm looking for chicken or some kind of like ribs. Something like that. Eh? Come on, be honest. Gray, I really do. I like a bucket of coleslaw. Jesus, really? Give me a break. Yeah, see, Timothy gets it, man. He gets my humor. That's the thing. So does Alley Cake. I mean, who the hell wants coleslaw at a freaking... Come on, you guys. Jesus, are you kidding me? Gray, have you tried? I don't want to. Yeah, I heard Kentucky Fried Chicken has good coleslaw, you know. Yeah, hot dogs, burgers, all of that. But who the hell wants to fill their stomach up with a bunch of green crap at a barbecue, for God's sake? Like, it's your turn now, and you go, I'm full after I ate that salad. Oh, my God, give me a break. Gray, I used to like your show, but I'm never watching again. Gray, don't you just love that the something pro-burgers criticize the surviving victims and act like they would have attacked BK in the house? It's really disturbing. Yeah, there's all these people that show up to live streams and act like they would be, Rambo or, Arnold Schwarzenegger and, just went nut. Yeah, I would have taken him out, man. They just think they're so much better than everybody. And that's the part that really bothers me. Like in the Delphi case when, you got a killer that killed 2 girls walking on a trail and people always keep saying, why did the parents let them walk there? That's not, who gives a shit? Okay, you idiots? Don't you get it? Who cares? There was a killer there that killed him. That's the one you need to focus in on. Why does it matter that somebody was allowed their kids to walk at a trail? You get it? See, that's where I wish I could just magically wave a wand. I understand the curiosity that people have, but your curiosity often comes across as victim blaming because unless you believe that they're involved, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Dylan Mortensen didn't call 911 right away. It doesn't matter that Bethany Funk didn't call 911. None of that stuff matters. They aren't the killers. That's just you trying to find something because you ran out of shit to talk about and blame them. That's the truth, what I just told you there. That happens in every case. All right? People get like, oh, I ran out of shit. Oh, let's go after somebody else. I mean, my God, I've never been bored in this case. I've been able to find like little crazy little nuggets the whole time, all the way through. I mean, there was dry times because there wasn't any information. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like you're bored. You just don't have anything there's nothing to talk about. Now, there's other people that don't like the case itself, and I don't understand it. I mean, this is one of those rare cases of a person who is like a serial killer, who killed for absolutely no reason at all inside of a house. Didn't know the people at all, just killed them because he wanted to kill. And that's very unusual. And I think it's interesting putting the pieces of the puzzle together. So thank you up there to Karen and Kim. All right, I think we just need 2 more, you guys. 2 more channel memberships. And we got it. We need to get to 20. And they will carry this with them for the rest of their life. I mean, you get it? Like, there's people in here right now that you've asked that question 100 times, I bet. Right? And you can even be honest. I won't even be mad. That you've said, man, how come Dylan and them didn't call? What's going on? I guarantee you there's probably 25, 30 people in here. But what you had to ask yourself is, are you asking that? Because I'd have more respect if you literally thought that maybe they were involved somehow, and that's why you're asking. Because I hate the answer when you say, well, do you think they're involved? And they go, no, I just want to know. And then it's like, well, then what difference does it make? If you don't think they're involved, why do you have to have the answer to that question? Because it's not relevant. Can we just say it? If you still think that, just F. Yeah, that's what I think, this account. To be honest with you. Hey, Joshua just sent 20. All right. Thanks, man. I'm a girl, Gray. No, I don't think so. Joshua, there isn't any girls named Joshua. I'm just not sure. I don't want to get in trouble. Maybe I said the wrong. Just kidding. Anyways, thanks, Joshua. Let's see. Those poor girls. I know it's been said 1,000 times, but Hunter is a saint. I totally agree. I think Hunter is... I don't even know what that means. What's that term mean, Grant? I don't know if that's a cut down or something good. Ultimately, their choices save their lives. Yeah, I think Hunter saved them from a way worse of a lifelong trauma. As I was saying the other night, imagine if Dylan, in the same scared moments that they had actually gone into Xana's room, or hell, we even went upstairs and went into Madison's room. They would have absolutely, I think they might have passed out from fear. They wouldn't know what the hell to do. They wouldn't know it at all. They would have no idea what to do. They would just be freaking out. So in the morning, they called... they got some people to come over, and now, they had by the time they had to confront it, there's people there and law enforcement was there. I just want you to sort of picture, based on how you see Dylan and Dylan and Bethany, the way they act out there, just try to picture how it would have been all alone in that house, the only 2 living people, finding 4 bodies that have been just absolutely mutilated, and you don't even know where the killer is. I mean, these guys, they would have absolutely freaked out. But I think most people would. No, that wasn't Hunter, Delana. That was actually Jack DeCour in the back of that cop car. That wasn't Hunter. We thought maybe that was, but today when I rewatched it, I heard them say oh, that's somebody's ex-boyfriend, and that's the only person that we know that's an ex of somebody. And then he gets put in the cop car. So that's actually Jack, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend that's in the back of the car. All right, 2 more, you guys. 2 more channel memberships. We can do it. And then I'll do 5. Yeah, that was Jack in there. Yep. I was never really comfortable last night saying it was Hunter because his body shape didn't seem to fit. Gray, and yet you still have the UK guy with a video saying, was the killing... Is he making these new videos that say that, Joshua? He made a video today saying that? Was the killing an organized crime hit? What an idiot. Oh, quiche. Oh, I see. Yeah. He did want to stay in the car. Oh, good night, Chicken Wing. Thanks for your support there. When you talked about Danny rolling, yeah. I made a video on Danny rolling, comparing it to Coburg. Well, here's the weird part is, you guys. In June of 2022, so like 4 or 5 months before the murders, I made a video on Danny rolling. And weirdly, I didn't remember it when we, when I covered it again a few months back. I don't even remember when I did the video, but I compared Koberger to Danny Rolling. And then I did a Bundy comparison on January, I think, 5th of 2023, just 5 days after he was murdered, or, the murders, or arrested, 5 days after he was arrested. But we're still looking for the 2 channel memberships, you guys. Who is going to be the cool person? Oh, yeah, he's an absolute pile of crap. Yeah, well, I mean, there's people that watch stuff. I just can't believe he would make a video today on that. What an embarrassment. I mean, he knows. See, here's the thing, everybody. There's people out there that their whole audience relied on them believing Koberger was innocent. And they still have the same audience pushing them to pretend that he's innocent. And they know he's not. So they're making content intentionally knowing it's full of crap. Yeah, I gotta admit, Jeepers, I think Hunter Johnson, he almost deserves some sort of a medal of some sort. I mean, like, to have that sort of self-control, do any of you think you could do that? Like, you're right there with them, and you see them, and you don't share anything about what you just saw with anybody until, like, later on, the law enforcement gets there. I don't know, man. That's just like a civil servant award or some shit. That's crazy. Thanks, Jeepers. One more, you guys. One more channel membership. There's no evidence that ties BK to the crime scene. They're insane. I know. They keep saying the same thing. Because they keep saying, well, it's touch DNA. That doesn't really count. Hey, who cares that he bought a K-bar knife exactly the same make and model? And who cares that there's a white Elantra driving around with missing its front license plate? I mean, Jesus, everybody drives one in that. You know what's crazy, you guys? There was nobody driving around at that time. In that hour-long video, there's only one other car that goes on Walenta Drive. Okay? It's at like 3:51. That's another vehicle. That's it out of the entire time. Wrong 3, what? Thank you for the Venmos. That's right. Oh, was there another one? I didn't see when you said Venmos. Oh, thanks, TJC, for the coffee there. Oh, there is another Venmo. Did you do 2 of them? Well, thanks, Joshua. Man, that was really nice. Oh, there's Care Messenger. Okay, here we go. We finally got to... And here we go. At the beginning of the month, you get 10 free memberships to give out, but we're long past that. So here we go. This cost me 25 smackers. So here we go. And boom. She saw definitely BK. And not only that, I got chills hearing Dylan explain the guy she saw. Right. I mean, what do you mean? How her explanation, you mean? All right. So let's see. This is this one with Dylan 7. No, I think it's her starts on page 11 or 10 right here, right? All right, I think if we start right here, this is a different date. Let's see if we can get the date on this one. So this is, I think this is her, Dylan. The date of this was 11/20. All right, I think it does say evidence non-drug 11/20. So maybe this is just like an interview. No, right here on November 17th. Gooch interviewed Dylan Mortensen at her residence. Is she from Boise? The interview occurred. I'm pretty sure it's her based on what's happening in here. So I think if we skip down here. All right, I'm going to skip past like the I mean, I'm only interested in what happened, as they're at home. I don't care about the parties, and I mean, nobody should. It's a complete waste of time. Now, if you're a pro burger, you look at all these little, ooh, now maybe somebody, well, we don't need to do that. You get it? And thank you guys for getting us to our goals. And if you want to support the channel still, that's great. But I got to a number where I donated 5, and now we're, moving on. Okay, so this was earlier. They're all at the house at 5. After leaving the house, she saw Maddie between their residents. Don't know what that was about. She explained she got the, Okay, I think we're down here. When the two of them got home, which she believed was some time between 1:15 and 1:30, that's I think, okay, let's start up here. Let's see, she described as being extremely intoxicated and that she had continued to consume alcohol, and because of intoxicated condition, she advised she invited her to come back to her residence. Okay, that must be that friend with her to watch movies. And because of her intoxication condition, she called a Sobro, which she described as involving a sober freshman fraternity member who is designated driver for fraternity and sorority members. She advised it was only she and this person that went back to the residence using the Sobro. She did not believe anyone else was home. When the two of them got home, which she believed was sometime between 1:15 and 1:30, she was intoxicated, and because of that, she does not remember what time it actually was, but she believed it was between the 2 times mentioned. She further advised she made popcorn in the kitchen, and she and this person watched Vampire Diaries. Approximately 20 minutes later, maybe Bethany Funk returned home. Right, that's it. The 3 of them laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. She believes this other person may have walked home. She believes Xana may have walked home, and then she advised she does not know what time Xana and Ethan went to bed. She had already gone to bed and does not know when Xana may have left or when. I think that's what she's talking about. At approximately 2 to 2:30 a.m., she awakened because, so it's got to be Xana and Ethan. She awakened because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home with grub truck food, And they had mac and cheese, which Dylan explained they normally got. All four of them were, let's see, all four of them were together, which included, Dylan, Bethany, Maddie, and Kaylee. Dylan advised they were taking selfie videos. So there's actually videos of them on some of these phones of that moment inside that room. Isn't that wild? All the girls talked about getting grub truck. Now, I think, I've said this even before when the documents came out months ago, that I'm sure Kaylee and Madison weren't going to go out and go get some more grub truck. I think it was just that Bethany and Dylan were like, damn, that looks good. Maybe we can go to grub truck. So it said, let's see, about grub truck. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open. So let me see. How does that jive with what she was saying up here? That approximately 20 minutes later returned home. The three, and that's Bethany Funk. And they laid down and continued to watch Vampire Diaries. She believes may have walked home. Maybe that's Bethany there. No, Funk. That's right. So it's just short. That's why it's so short. I was looking at that. She believes Funk may have walked home. Then she advised she does not know what time Xana and Ethan, or I don't know what that means right here. Who these people are right here. Maybe she's talking about Xana and Ethan because she doesn't even know or went to bed. She had already gone to bed. So later they weren't even home yet when. Okay, so that makes sense. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open and she did not see them, and she discussed whether she may have been mistaken about this fact, and then she said she was certain she saw their door was open and they were not home. Do we know what time? I think I must have that in here, my timeline. I think I would have put that in there. I might not, though. Let's see. What time did they come home? Does anybody know? Uber, Kaylee. I guess that's something I don't have in here. They have to have that answer, though. Yeah, see, the Bethany they were watching, that was 2:36. I don't know. Does anybody know the answer to that? Hey, Marcos. You sound like a lunatic. I'm just telling you, your comments and all your comments, you're skeptical about the case. Koberger is the killer. I know the guy that you wanted to go on dates with, he is, he's off, it's frustrating, I know. But he's not available anymore, okay? He's in prison. He's definitely the killer, and there's no doubt about it. Wow. So is it 2:10? Dylan Mortensen text. Yeah, that's when. How do you know it was 2:10? I'm gonna go look it up. I gotta go try to. I'll go find that myself. I know it's somewhere. I mean, everybody's putting out random numbers. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Carol Ann? It's crazy, right? Like if you have it the way I'm showing it with the timelines, the video, you read it through, you see the inside of the house and everything, it's not confusing or anything. It's just basically we're hearing about a night of people partying. They came home and a nut job came into the house and in a less than a 5-minute window killed all 4 of those people. Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle inside the house. Isn't that crazy? You sent me another one, Joshua? Wow, thanks. And you know what, Lisa, it's kind of always been clear cut. This is the same way we've always perceived it. It's just, in my mind now, I see the whole thing like as an actual, like you see it, right? Like before, you just know what it is, but now you see it all because it's explained, and we've seen images in the house, and you just kind of know it. Hey, thanks for gifting a membership, Joanna. 156. That's when Kaylee and Madison were dropped off. I'm talking about Ethan and Xana. I mean, do I even have Ethan in here? Wait, I just saw his name. Where the hell was that? No, that was... They were at the party earlier. You'd think they would have shown up when they were walking home on the... unless they took a shortcut in that side street. They would have shown up on the 1112 King Road camera walking. What do you mean they mentioned in the video yesterday? What video? Well, tell me what time it is in the video, and I'll go find it. I mean, she was just guessing at times. Hey, thanks, Annabelle. Just the facts, Jack. That's right. At approximately 2 to 2:30, she awakened because Maddie and Kaylee arrived home with grub truck. Right, and they all went up to Kaylee's room. And remember, she called the Uber driver, and the Uber driver said, "Oh yeah, I can pick you up." And then Dylan never responded back to the Uber driver. That was in the reports. And the Uber driver was going to do it for free, basically. It's just a friend of theirs that works for Uber but does it off the books, and then they tip or pay him or whatever. She did not believe Xana and Ethan were home because their bedroom door was open. She did not see them and discussed whether she may have been mistaken about this fact. She then went to bed, which she advised was after texting the Uber driver. Right, so they all went downstairs. So they're up in Kaylee's room, and then it was Madison, Bethany, and Dylan walked down the stairs. Dylan went to her room to go to bed. Bethany and Madison went outside to let the dog out. And then Bethany got cold outside. So she went back inside, got a snack, and then went down to her room and was watching a show. All right? I remember that. And then that's when, a little bit later, Madison goes down to Bethany's room and said, "Hey, have you seen Murphy?" So maybe Murphy was never actually found, but, maybe, Madison, being just really drunk as she was like, just left the door open. And then Murphy comes back in a little bit later and is hanging out with Xana. And then Xana brings Murphy back up to the room upstairs, and while she was doing that, maybe she thought that they were still awake up there because there was sound, so she goes up with Murphy, and then when she's up there, she's like, "Hey, there's somebody here!" And then she gets chased downstairs. Murphy's barking too, kind of coming after, behind, and then there's a battle, and Murphy starts barking. I mean, it's pretty, it's kind of crazy when you just sort of think about it. But this is all later, right? So Madison and Kaylee probably went to sleep. And maybe both of them were just kind of drunk and were like, "Oh, Murphy will be back. He always comes back." Or maybe, we don't even know. It might be Murphy was in the house and he's just moving around. Oh, the Pro Burger's back again? Oh, boy. Freedom of speech isn't allowed here, you guys. You all hostile. Peace out, Girl Scout. Oh, look at these guys. Isn't that crazy? These people that show up in here. My God. There's no freedom. What do you want us to allow us to do in here? Hey, Marco, do you think you should be able to come in here and just start telling us how the victims, the survivors are all killers and all this kind of crap just because you want to? Is it really freedom of not allowing you freedom of speech just to silence you up by timing you out or anything like that? Because it's not. It's totally normal. It's just you're doing stuff that it's egregious, really. And guess what? This isn't a democracy in here. It's my channel. Let me be clear. I'm not a pro-burger, but I have questions. Okay, give me a question, Marco. Give me one. Just one question. Go ahead, Marco. Throw one out at me, man. Give me a good question. All right, let me hear one of your questions. And by the way, your whole sentence oozes pro-burger. But go ahead. What is it? Waiting for the question, Marco. You got about 5 seconds. If I don't get the question in 5 seconds, we're timing you out. Go ahead. What is it? No, I do, Timothy. This is I go on these little riffs. You know, that's what I do. I'm trying to be slightly humorous to people at the same time. All right, but anyways, this isn't a democracy in here. This is my channel. I allow people to say pretty much what they want to say, but when you come in here and you start spouting out complete garbage and nonsense, then there's an issue. You know, and then like earlier, we had somebody in there telling me how to do my show, what time to do, look up something. And not only that, they sent $10 in just so they could say, look, I supported your channel and you were mean. Well, you sent it in after you said I was mean. What kind of person does that? Like, let me build up my cachet after the fact. Hey, here, Gray, here's $100. See, I even gave you 100 and you were mean. Yeah, well, you gave it to me after, all right? Let's see. So where are you, Marco? We're waiting for your question. You said you had questions. Where is it, Marco? Let me see. Marco's standing there. Somebody walks up to him and they knock on his head, and this is what it sounds like. I don't see it, Marco. I don't see it, man. Answer the damn question, Marco. Just give us the question, Marco. Does anybody know what Marco's question was? Hey, listen, Marco, I'm not trying to win you over, man. You're just wasting my time. All right? Yeah, we just want to know your question. Go ahead and type it in. And I'll tell you what, Marco, here's how it's going to work. If your next thing that you type in isn't the question you want me to answer, then I am timing you out. All right? You'll be allowed to come back in another day, and we'll just start the whole process over again. Okay, why did the girls wait for 8 hours to call 911? Explain. If they were so scared, why wait so long? Okay, so they heard sounds. They didn't see any bodies or anything like that, so they thought it was weird, but there's people who have been in the house many, many, many times making noises. This is their little party house, and she saw Xana on the floor. She thought she was just passed out, so she went downstairs. She was kind of creeped out by this person she didn't really know, but they weren't going to call the cops or anything like that, and they didn't want to validate their fears, like many people, because as soon as you actually go to the room and see somebody is dead, then it's a real thing. So they went into the room. They just slept in the morning, hoping that they wake up the next day. I've only answered this question probably 17,000 times on this channel. And I'm just not going to, you know what? I'm just done doing it. All right? It's really obvious. I know that you're so much better, Marco. You would have jumped out like Rambo, probably even had your own K-bar knife in your teeth, dove onto Koberger, and just pummeled him to death, okay? But you weren't there. And why weren't you there, Marco? You should have been there, okay? And you weren't. God, I can't believe it. Let's see. You probably would have been waiting. You know that little wall in the back? You probably would have, because it was kind of damp out, you could have worked your way into it and put dirt on your face, you know, like Rambo did. These people are crazy, man. And so there's your question, Marco. You asked the question, which means that you're a pro-burger. Because people who ask that are people who believe that they have something to do with something. Mm-hmm. Right. I've explained it so many times. It's scary. I do have a Venmo, yeah. I don't know if you just type it in. I know Joshua used it a couple times. They take, well, YouTube just takes a huge, you know, they take a big chunk out of everything that's sent in. So, yeah. Yeah, it's really obvious. I mean, I think in the morning is when they really started freaking out. I think once Hunter came in and they weren't able to get a hold of anybody in the morning, that's when they really started to freak out. But let me get back to this. Let's see. As she explained, she uses Snapchat. Okay, we're up here. They want to go to the grub truck. She then went to bed. Dylan looked at her phone to determine what time she had texted not Funk, the Uber driver, and said her phone said 3:10, but it was actually 2:10. But after further discussion, Dylan admitted she was confused about whether she was using Moscow time or Boise time. And Dylan explained her timeline may be off by an hour because of the issue, especially during the interview referencing Boise time instead of providing the time it would have been in Moscow. I mean, I always thought your phone just kind of updates to where you're at. I mean, I don't know how that works, but... Hey, thanks, Justin Motocross. Hardly any views on that video, unfortunately, but... And there are some things that people brought up. I'm kind of confused about the shadow direction. The one that there's a dark shadow on the building, and it goes to the right. And I'm not sure how that would form. But the light itself seems to go to the right. But the shadow in the middle of the light... Well, actually, you know what? Maybe let me look at that again. I don't know why I always have to do this stuff randomly, but... Let me just look at that part one more time. Yeah, see how that dark shadow moves across? Like, what is that? I mean, it does the same thing each time. And I'm wondering, is that the space between the two lights? You know when you have headlights and they beam out into the distance? Is there any space between? Let me ask you this, because that would answer the question. When you have headlights that are far away, is there a darkness between the two beams? Does anybody know the answer to that? I'm just trying to get the no, you're saying. How do you know? How about far away, though, Simpson? Because a lot of other people are saying yes. Because I think I've seen that before, right? Your headlights are out, and then there's like two main lights, and then it's kind of darker in the middle. I wonder if there's like a picture of something like that. All right, headlights, beaming far away on a wall. What does that look like? Yeah, I need it to be like far away though, not... Yeah, like maybe right there's a good way to... See how there's that little spot in the middle? Okay, see on here, it kind of has it where they connect later, but then this one has it different. I want to see this. It seems like as it goes farther away, the middle portion would dissipate, but the concentration areas would still be lighter. Does that make sense? Yeah, you need like two... Let's see. Are there dark, let's see. Is there a dark gap, or like is there an area of no light between two headlights in the far distance? I don't know, it's just trying to figure out something that might know. Because if it's not, the only way a shadow can go to the right is if the car is turning left. But the whole light goes to the right. So to me, that there's those two things. The only way that a shadow would move with the movement of the light is if the darkness is coming from the original light source. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, we don't have to keep talking about Marcos. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I could see you being disappointed in something, but there's no use in talking about it, Marcos. They have nothing to do with the deaths, and it's a complete waste of time. It's like people are just different. Nobody's lives would have been saved. Absolutely nothing would have changed. Do you know him, Carm 143? It's maybe a weird artifact of the camera image process. I don't know, because it's actually panning each time. It's the same thing 4 times. That'd be a weird artifact, right? That's what I'm saying. Because if you put a pencil and stand it up on a table and then move your and just realize the angle of the shadow is perpendicular to the light that is going around the telephone pole. So if the car's turning and the light's going to the right, if it's going like this, then as it's turning, let's see, it's right there. That's sort of, it's interesting. So if it's like that, and then as it turns, and the light's still hitting it for a while, it's hard. It's just difficult. It seems like it would go to the left, to be honest with you. Nah, I don't care how she said it, Tim Harrison. Right, we've heard that. That's not accurate, though. Yeah, it's Xana. Yeah, because she was upstairs. She just got it wrong. She got a lot of stuff wrong. We've heard it. We've talked about it. We're not like you. It's not a big story. And Koberger didn't say the name. They got that wrong. All right? That's not what she said. She said there's someone here. So you've changed the story already, T. Harrison. I know you want to be, you're probably a pro-burger. You think there's something bigger going on here. But there isn't. There's nothing bigger going on. God, just pro-burger nut jobs. You get a couple drinks in these people, and by God, they turn into... It's like a club. They probably all got drunk, got onto Discord somewhere, and were like, hey, we can go attack guys. Let's go out there. Yeah, let's play this again. See, the one that I'm concerned about is, however, all the shadows move to the right. But the light seems to go to the right, too, right? Like, if you're just generally looking at it, it seems to go left to right off the screen. Well, that one was weird because it picked up more light on the left side. Let's hold on. So that's it's getting closer to it. Now it's turning, see? To the right. And this one lights it up again and turns to the right. So each one of these times, what's happening there is each time the car is coming in a little wider or like if it's coming into here, it hits more of the right side of that house. right there. But when it comes a little wider, it hits a little bit some more of the left side, but it's still turning again. So there's probably times where it came like this and turned, and then a couple times where it went wider and then turned like that. But it's still turning because the light goes off to the right, but the shadow moving to the right is what's bothering me. So it has to be coming from the source. So if you can tell me that at like 100 yards like that, in between the two headlight main beams, there might be some darkness, that would make me feel better. You get what I'm saying? All right, cool. Now let's go back to this. So we're all over the place, but aren't you guys able to kind of follow what we're just doing? It's different than other places where they have this little bullet point thing, and everybody gets like, oh yeah. Like we're kind of moving around, you know, back and forth, zing, 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 zing. I missed part of what we're trying to solve. We're just trying to figure out, in that light that I just showed you, there's a shadow that moves to the right. And generally that would happen if the light is turning to the left. But the whole light itself is moving to the right. So I'm thinking that the darkness is actually part of the source of the light. And then that would turn with the light. But if it's a shadow of an object in front of the light, then that creates a dilemma. That's what the weirdness is. And I'll just play it one more time for anybody that just was wondering. So it's up here. And so it's going straight at it. Now it's turning to the right. Right? You see how that works? The car's driving straight. And then the light goes to the right. So it's driving straight again and then turns to the right. And then this one, it's a little bit further to the left as it's driving straight. Now it turns to the right. But again, there's this little shadow in the middle of it right there. You see that? See right here, that shadow that moves to the right there, it's on each pass. I don't know what that is. Because it shouldn't move in that direction. I don't think, anyways. I've been trying to work through it, but anyways, I know that to me it's obvious the light is turning to the right, but that's an anomaly that I can't account for. You get it? It's pretty weird. Pretty weird. All right. All right, let's see. 310 after further discussion admitted she was some confused about whether she was using Moscow time or Boise time. Yep. She explained she uses Snapchat as well as her cell phone to communicate with her friends, and that's why they were using both of those to try to get a hold of all of them, wondering if they would respond there but wouldn't on their phone. She advised if there is a lack of texted communications on her cell phone, it's because she has transitioned to using the Snapchat app for her method of communication. She advised her login information with Snapchat is blank. She denied knowing her roommate's password. While they were together, they talked about ordering grub truck, as she mentioned before, and she then texted the Uber driver at approximately 3:10. She explained she texted to him again and said, "Are you driving by chance?" to the Uber driver. At approximately 3:13, the Uber driver texted her back. She then went to bed. She didn't respond. She does not believe that he ever came to their house because she never responded to his text about the fact that he was still driving. Now, that might have been an interesting moment for investigators, thinking that, okay, well, he may have shown up somehow, but, they interviewed him and everything, and, they had nothing to do with anything. She advised that the Uber driver is in his 30s, is married, and has one kid. She advised all the girls knew him and liked him. She advised she is not certain if she stayed awake to watch more Vampire Diaries episodes or if she went to sleep. She was not certain if she locked her bedroom door, and she was not certain, well, yeah, you did. You said when he walked by, you went in and locked your door. And was not certain if she locked the sliding door because she was the one who usually did. But she also volunteered in her statement that she believed Moscow was a safe place, so the sliding door was not always locked. She does not remember. I think Koberg was prepared to open it regardless. She advised she is not certain if she stayed awake to watch more of it. Okay, we already did that. She does not remember if anyone locked the sliding glass door before she went to bed. She was the first to go to bed ahead of her other roommates. And see, that's the thing is, Dylan and Bethany went outside and, obviously one of them, if anybody, is the one that left the door unlocked. Right? Or it was broken. I mean, but nobody's mentioned in these things. I read it one time in a document that the lock wasn't working. And obviously it wasn't because they were using chairs to keep it shut. So, what does that mean? I mean, did Koberger break into it that night, or was it left open? I mean, it's sort of interesting that they're using stools, but Dylan's saying that she locks it all the time. She never mentions that it's broken. Yeah, I mean, see, the thing is, Danny Rolling used a screwdriver to go through the sliding glass door. I think he was totally prepared for it. She explained that she previously had a lot of dreams where she had been kidnapped in her dreams, and she further explained these types of dreams started in high school, and she knew they were dreams, and she would let those things happen in her dreams because she realized they were dreams. I'm just saying. She advised she does not suffer from anxiety and denied prior life trauma other than divorced parents. She explained she was awakened to a noise sometime between 4 and 4:20. Okay, that's better, that there's a range there. Okay, and I don't know if they helped her out with that. I mean, that's pretty amazing to be right at 4:20. But she probably knows that's when she started texting her friends, so it had to be between 4 and 4:20. And that's why she said 20 minutes earlier. That's what I said. Great, sorry if you already said the answer, but did the doc say Kaylee's door was open when police arrived? I don't think we've ever actually still don't have the precise answer on that, Courtney. I mean, I keep wanting there to be, when we went upstairs, Kaylee's door was open, and there was Murphy. And also, Madison's door was open. Well, then it'd be kind of, interesting. She denied, okay, and then it says, she was asked to explain the amount of alcohol she had consumed before going to bed. And she again explained while she was playing Rage Cage. That doesn't sound like a game that you could ever end playing without being absolutely obliterated, which included the White Claws, part of, something Borg, and maybe 2 or 3 more drinks. White Claws at that house. She denied drinking after she left the house. She advised she had been consuming the alcohol until approximately 1:15 to 1:30 a.m. on Sunday morning. She denied drinking any more alcohol after she and Funk got back to her, or the other person got back to their residence. At 4:22 a.m., she confirmed this information by looking at the texted communication on a cell phone. She texted Kaylee asking her, "What's going on?" She advised her phone said 5:22. Let me see if I've got that exactly on here. Not that one. That's something totally different. Let's see. That's not it again. What the hell? This one? Get this thing out of here. It's a spreadsheet. Let's see. This is... Oh, what time was that? It was 4:22. Bethany calls. What did she say? I just want to see if it matches. She advised her phone said 4:22 when she said, "What's going on?" Yeah, what's going on? 4:22:43. Dylan to Kaylee. And she said right before that, Kaylee. And then right before that at 4:22:11 to Bethany Funk. I'm really confused right now. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, it's just so weird. You know, I tell you, to me, it's like really intense. This part right here. Like you're got Koberger leaving the house right around 4:18, and he's outside at his car until like 4:20 and 39 seconds. Right? He's still standing at his car. So that means this Bethany phone call, he's still standing outside. At 4:20, Dylan calls Xana even. He's outside still. And then at 4:20 and 28 seconds, Dylan calls Bethany, and in the middle of their phone call is when he drives away at a high rate of speed. Isn't that just crazy right there? No, I don't have this anywhere. You know, it's like a lot of work on my end. As soon as you put it out there, people steal it, and you know, like other channels try to use it and shit like that. It's not cool. And they'll say that they came up with it. I've never. YouTube is filled with some of the most unethical YouTube true crime just nut jobs you've ever seen. You have an idea, and then they talk about it on their show 20 minutes later and pretend they came up with it. It's really pretty bizarre. I mean, I've had people literally steal shit right in the middle of my show. They run over and, oh my God, oh cool, and they make a video on it or something. It's just, it's unreal, you know. So we won't mention the names again. Where did that go? Where were we? She left the house. Oh, that was I think we're down here, right? She's not certain whether she heard Murphy. Okay, I think we're at 4:20 Moscow time. Okay. I thought it was like 4:23. Yeah. Hey, thanks this account. And Justin Motocross. Sing It Gray's Rap Beat. Pro Burger. Flat Earther. 2 Brain Cells. Bet they're on the back burner. Pro Burger. You're a flat earther. 2 brain cells. But they're on the back burner. Right, there you go. I like it. I like it. You! Pro Burger. Flat Earther. 2 brain cells. They're on the back burner. All right. I think we were still up here. Driver in his 30s, glass door, dreams, consumed alcohol. At 4:22, she confirmed this information by looking at the text communication on her cell phone. She texted Kaylee. Okay, there we go. She advised at around 4 to 4:20. She heard Kaylee singing and playing music. See, isn't that weird? Like earlier, it was a little bit different. Well, I mean, that's similar to the last one. She heard Kaylee singing and playing music. She heard who she believed Kaylee was walking up the stairs and advised. So what if it was Xana just listening to her phone and singing? Because Kaylee and Madison were asleep, man. Advised she heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here," and she sounded frantic. Described Kaylee's tone. I think Xana went up and noticed, like, there was, you know, what he was doing, that he was, like, basically, he killed people. And she's like, somebody's here. That's why she'd be so panicky sounding. Right. So once you know that, Marco, then we don't need to care about anything that you don't approve of how the girls acted, right? Does it really matter at that point? You know, we don't need answers sometimes. She advised her phone. She texted Kaylee asking her what's going on. Then she advised her phone, said 5:22, which she advised would have been 4:22. I mean, it's weird. Wasn't her phone just update to the local time? She advised that around 4 a.m. to 4:20, she heard Kaylee singing and playing music. She heard who she believed Kaylee walking up the stairs and advised she heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here!" And she sounded frantic, described Kaylee's tone as somewhere between talking and yelling. She believed it was Kaylee who was walking up the stairs with Murphy, but it wasn't. She said she heard who she believed to be Kaylee running down the stairs again. So I think the theory that we came up with earlier in the show is it. I think Murphy was running around the house, and when Xana was home, Murphy was kind of hanging out with them. I wouldn't even be surprised if they gave Murphy something to eat, a little bite of the burger. Anyways, they're hanging out with Murphy, and then Xana ends up taking Murphy upstairs, and she might have been singing a song that was on her, like her phone or something. And then she starts hearing stuff, and she goes upstairs, and while she's dropping Murphy off, she sees somebody in there and goes, "Oh my God, somebody's here!" And then takes off. She's chased downstairs. Murphy follows, and then he kills, Xana and Ethan. And Murphy's still kind of around down there, and he's like barking and barking and barking. And then Koberger goes outside at 4:18, and Murphy follows him out the sliding glass door and is just barking and barking and barking. I actually feel like that's pretty accurate now. What do you guys think about that? Well, thanks, Justin Motocross. Yeah, we can use all the help. You guys make up for my failings. They said, "I'm not a mod." Justin Motocross said, "I'm not a mod, just trying to be nice and welcoming to newcomers to help grow the channel." And, it's totally makes up for my shortcomings, I can tell you that. Yeah, the dog was barking a lot. Like, not just... It was barking for even before the whimpering sounds and things like that. So it kind of makes sense. And maybe the dog was sort of confused for a little bit, too. And, once he realized, the dog realized something... The guy was doing something not... they can see this. He started barking louder. She does not believe... Oh, let's see. She said she heard who she believed to be Kaylee running down the stairs. She advised Murphy was barking at this time. She does not believe Murphy is normally a barker. But she heard it barking, so... She further stated she believes it was Kaylee who was running down the stairs after she heard her say, "Someone's here." She further explained she does not know if she actually heard this or whether she was drunk and did not actually hear any of this. What do you do with that when somebody says that? She heard the footsteps of who she believed to be Kaylee. She explained all the girls wear Doc Martens, and this was what she believed she was wearing, hearing Kaylee coming down the stairs. Well, that's something Lisa was saying earlier. Is, Xana was barefoot, so those Doc Martens sounding boots are likely Koberger coming down the stairs. And Xana's in front. She explained all the girls wear Doc Martens, and that is what she believed she was hearing Kaylee coming down the stairs, wearing her Doc Martens because of the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. So the only person wearing shoes is Koberger. She called Bethany at 4:19. It's the other way around. Then Xana at 4:20, Kaylee at 4:20, and then all the way to 4:27. She then explained when she first opened her door, she said she did not see anyone. The second time, when she opened her door, she heard who she believed to be Kaylee crying and believed Kaylee was in the second floor bathroom. I mean, it's just obvious this is Xana that she's referring to. And it makes total sense. Just think about the theory that we've just come up with. Kaylee and Madison are asleep up in that room because they were done talking to Jack, or trying to get a hold of Jack at 2:54. So they're already asleep in that bed up there. But Murphy the dog is walking around in the house and maybe hanging out with Xana at this time. And then Xana ends up bringing up the dog because, they're probably ready to go to sleep now because they've just eaten their food and maybe they're going to go to sleep. Bring Murphy upstairs back to the room. On the way up to the room, not just up there, when she was already at the top, maybe even already put Murphy in the room, she kind of looks around the corner, sees the door open, and there's somebody in there. And she says, "There's somebody here!" And then the person with the heavy footsteps is chasing her down the stairs, and it sounds like they're wearing Doc Martens. I mean, my God, I just think that makes all the sense in the world right there, that version of the story. And it matches because we know that it's not Kaylee. And I don't know how somebody could tell somebody's in the bathroom. It doesn't make any sense. It's around the corner. It's down the hallway right next to her room. You wouldn't be able to tell. It was in there. Yeah, I just said that, Vic Star. I just told you. What do you guys think of that story, that theory right there, though? That just makes total sense. That Xana's literally going upstairs to bring back Murphy, and she was maybe even humming a song on the way up. And I don't know, it just makes a hell of a lot of sense to me. Hey, thanks, Ron Hendricks. Yeah. Ron Pexa. Never know if Jenny Penny's listening in the background, or 8675309. Yeah, it's plausible. I actually think it's the most likely now because Kaylee's not going up and down the stairs. She never went up the stairs with the dog, and she didn't go down the stairs. That's not her. It's Xana, despite what Dylan thinks it sounded like. She was just really drunk, and that's just her. She made an assumption because of the dog. What do you think about... Well, I already talked about that today, M. Morgan. In my video. Did you miss it? I said that I think that the fries on top of the microwave is something maybe she tried to heat it up. She turned it, they turned it around to show it for the film, but we don't know if that's an order from a different day or not, but it's possible because of how late the DoorDash was delivered that it was all cold, and, maybe she ate the burger or whatever, and then she was like, oh, let me heat these fries up. Maybe. I mean, we don't even know what time that was. Because here's the thing, you guys. I think Koberger got in the house at like 4:15-ish, 4:14, 4:15. So she might have gotten to the kitchen before to heat up that stuff. And then maybe Murphy came in then she's like, oh, and... Thanks, Vic Star. Good day, mate. Good day, mate. I'm just, yeah. Let's see. She then heard a male voice, which she stated she had never heard before, say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She believed the unidentified male was in the bathroom with the person who was crying. Wow. See, that's actually I think it's just down the hall, and she's thinking it's the bathroom area. I don't know how you would think it was the bathroom. She believes it was Kaylee who was the one crying, but it's Xana. She stated that now she has gathered additional information. She now believes it was probably Xana who was crying. At the moment of hearing the crying, she stated she believed it was Kaylee who was crying. She advised she knows the male's voice was not Ethan's. She described the last episode of Vampire Diaries, and she remembered it was two male rescuing a female. She explained it was not violent. She advised the male figure in the last episode was wearing all black, but she explained that was normal for the series. She's not certain whether she heard Murphy barking during the time she opened her door, but she advised it was possible that he was barking, but Murphy was moving away from the house. So he's outside. She described Murphy was a puppy. It was possible he was barking, but Murphy was moving away from the house. Weird. Following Koberger, I bet you, out to the car. She described Murphy was a puppy, and she had just met him in August. She could not describe Murphy as being skittish. She advised she continued to call and text her roommates, but received no answers. She provided the times she called and texted her roommates, and the time span she advised would have been between 4:20 a.m. to 4:27 a.m. She advised she never thought about an intruder, and in her mind, she stated she was not processing what was occurring as threatening. She advised she believed the male was directing his conversation of what she believed was Kaylee. It's Xana, though. She advised she did not believe the male was directing that statement to her. Well, why would he be talking to you? In discussing why the offender did not harm her, it was discussed that it was possible the male knew her and wanted to protect her, and she said she understood that was possible, but she denied knowing who the suspect was. Right, and see, it's these kind of things, comments like that you get in documents, that's what the Probergers, oh my God, they think that she knew her. No, they said, if he saw you, you didn't do anything, maybe he knew you. But that isn't true, though. I mean, the thing is that there's a whole bunch of reasons. He had to get out of there quick. The third time she opened their door, let's see, further explained, she Snapchatted Ethan but received no answer. Thought Ethan was still either at Sigma Chi or was at home. She was not certain. The third time she opened her door, she said her vision was blurry or fuzzy, but she advised she saw a figure of someone that was dressed in all black, and they were masked, and he was holding an item of what she initially perceived was a vacuum. But she said that did not make sense to her. She described the suspect as not being muscular, but being skinny and toned like a basketball player. She further described him as being taller than 5'10", framed at least 3 inches, so he could have been 6 feet in height. She advised he had to have heard her call Kaylee, so he would have had to hear her say Kaylee and Xana, and she thought he would have had to have heard her calling for them, and she was confused as to why he did not come to her room. She described the item the suspect was holding, which she advised was like a cylinder, and she remembered a cop talking about a bow, so she was trying to ascertain if it's what she saw was in fact shaped like a bow. Further stated she thought that maybe it was a firefighter because of what somebody told her about seeing a firecracker, Bethany, about seeing a firecracker. She advised he would have been approximately 3 feet away from her. There you go. There's the answer. 3 feet away from her, and she believed she saw him walking out the back sliding glass door. He had looked at her before walking out the back door. She was not certain if he could see her whole body or just her head. Right, so the way I have it isn't the way it was, just kind of her head in that little opening. At 4:22, then Dylan corrected her time, stated 4:23. She advised she texted so-and-so and then conversed about someone wearing all black. That's Bethany. Bethany said something to the effect of, what the F, why is Xana wearing all black? That's not what she said. She said Xana also was wearing black. Or, Xana was wearing black. Explained she was not certain if she had been dreaming this or if it was real. She explained she saw the suspect holding something she believed to be a cylinder. No, we already did that, right? Again? Shape like a triangle at the bottom of the cylinder shape. She advised the suspect was approximately... Okay, we already did that. She advised when she left her bedroom, she looked down the hallway to Xana's bedroom. Let's see. Responded approximately 4:25, telling her to come to her bedroom, and that is better than being alone. She then left the room. Yeah, I think I figured out that time by looking at this. It was like 4... Right over here it said, come to my room at 4:24:14. Run down here. And then she says, I'm scared. And she said, well, it's better than being alone. That's at 4:25:16. And then I think between 4:25:16, I mean, I could actually put that in here. I think it's right inside here that, you know, somewhere on like 4:26. Let's see. Approximate time Dylan went downstairs. That's what I think. 4:26 right there. Dylan advised when she left her bedroom, she looked down the hallway to Xana's bedroom and could see Xana lying on her back in her underwear. So, I mean, that's absolutely accurate. But she thought at the time Xana was passed out. She stated she never went into Xana's bedroom, and she could only see Xana from the hallway as she was running to get to the bedroom. And so that would be, let's see, I think it's over here, like this. So like there would, I mean, she's on her back, that's on her stomach, but so when Xana, or when Dylan comes out of this room over here, maybe if I move it, is that better? No, it's got to be more over here. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Yeah, it's probably just that one. So when she comes out of her room and goes this way just to go down these stairs, but remember there's the, we're standing right, the pong table, beer pong was right here. So she goes around it over on this side. And then when she went, she looked down the hall and could see Xana in their bedroom on her back, but then goes down the stairs and then goes to Bethany Funk's room, which is right below the living room right here, right? That's not true, Gray. Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Who? So people just made up the information about law enforcement run through. I don't know what you're referring to, speak for, so we don't know what you're talking about. You didn't explain anything about what the article said. You just... Yeah. Well, the thing is we keep hearing this thing about where people say that the phone was, that the Koberger's vehicle was within 100 meters 22 times, but we've never heard that officially. We've heard that his phone connected to the same cell tower that the people living at 1122 King Road would use. 22 or 3 times. So that's a big difference, you know. Maybe that's true, but we don't have that information. Yeah, the books have turned out to be... Dateline had some stuff right, a lot of stuff wrong. Howard Blum's book had a lot of stuff wrong in it. At least that's what we know now. I mean, there could just be a whole bunch of stuff that, you know, the prosecutors are changing their perception of after the fact so they don't have to talk about it, you know. Let's see, when asked about the lighting conditions inside the residence, she advised that possibly Xana's light was on or the party lights were on, and that's how she was able to see Xana because Otherwise, she would not have been able to see her lying on the floor without any lights being on. She was not certain if the bathroom lights were on, but she was not certain what lights were on, if any. She advised Xana did not say anything. She stated she did not think anything was wrong. She advised Xana did not say anything. Well, I mean, she's the one that said all the things that you gave to Kaylee, saying you assigned to her. She later offered she may have been able to see Xana lying on the floor because they also had a Sensi light, and it could have been she was able to see Xana from the Sensi light. She explained, I think it was really light in there, to be honest with you. She explained she has been trying to determine what was real from everything that she had been talking about with Sergeant Blaker and myself. She further explained she has been trying to piece things together because some things do not make sense to her. She stated that she's being truthful, but some of what she has been discussing she's not certain is factual. She has been working through it. Right, like the stuff about Kaylee, you know. She was asked if the female who was crying was saying anything, and she advised no, the female was only crying, and the male was the only one talking. She described the item the suspect was holding was a cylinder shape, was also triangular shape. She could not remember if the lights were on or off when she encountered the male suspect. She advised she does not know if it's even something she saw or was something she dreamed. She advised the last time she saw Xana was at a house at approximately 11:04. She further advised Xana and Ethan did not stay at Ethan's house with any frequency because of Ethan's grades. He could not reside at the fraternity. Fraternities suck, you guys. They're just so stupid. Why wouldn't you put him in the fraternity and mentor him and help? Well, we're going to kick you out because we got to have a GPA average inside of... screw you. You know, you guys are garbage. And I know because I was in a fraternity. They suck. She is certain at 3:11, which through discussion might have been 2:11, Kaylee, Maddie, and she were in the house. She was not certain when Xana and Ethan... So they weren't home even by 2:11. She denied perceiving... I think they got home much later. I bet you they got home at like 3:30 or, you know, some crazy time. Maybe even a little bit before that, like 3:15 or maybe 3 o'clock. She advised there was no one she knew who would want to... I don't really want to keep reading through all this. Let's see. She said Kaylee had a balcony, and she remembered looking at the pictures in the news, and Kaylee's curtains were all messed up. She thought the distance of the balcony to the ground may have been too much. Well, what's this down here? She advised she initially went upstairs from bedroom. She from... Oh, okay, this is in the morning. Let's see. So when she initially went upstairs from Bethany's bedroom with Hunter, and she advised when she saw Xana, she realized Xana had not moved since she saw her earlier. She was still thinking Xana was still passed out from being drunk. Dylan then sent... let's see. Hunter then sent Dylan downstairs. She advised... let's see. Advised that Emily and somebody came over after Hunter came to the house because she had asked them to come to the house. She advised Hunter then came downstairs, and she could tell by his facial expression he had seen something, and he told them to call 911. Bethany was the one to call 911, and Dylan at one point said she was on the phone with police dispatch, and the dispatcher was asking her about a defibrillator. They told dispatch there were people unconscious. Dylan denied seeing Xana or any other victims' bodies. I mean, she saw her on the floor, but I don't know if that's Xana or Hunter. I don't know what that name is there. Not Xana, I mean, is that Dylan or Bethany or Hunter? I think it's Dylan, though, if that's what they're talking about. She advised they stayed in the house when the police arrived, and they were putting tape up when they realized there had been a crime. And when they saw the ambulance arrive and leave, remember those people, even in the video, they walk up, the EMS, and then they were just turned away. Hunter told them they would not leave unless there was a reason to stay, maybe Bethany, to stay. She then advised the vandal alert came out, and that is when they realized their friends were actually gone. She advised they all realized they had actually been a murder committed in their residence. She said Kaylee had a balcony. We talked about that. When asked if she checked the house for anyone else when she initially came home for the night with Bethany, and she was asked if she had unlocked the front door, and she advised she believed she had to unlock the front door to get into the residence. She advised when she first got home, she remembered the sliding door was closed, but she did not know if it was locked. She advised when she first got home, she went to Kaylee's bedroom to let Murphy out of Kaylee's room. See, that's interesting, right? So, like, you know, they would do that. Like, Murphy's up in the room, Kaylee's not even home yet, so... And Kaylee's lights were on, and no one was in Kaylee's bedroom, so her lights were on. So remember how the DoorDash driver said, I think she's even mentioned from the back of the house, all the lights were on. Murphy came back into the house after going outside. Right, so she let Murphy out, and then Murphy came running back inside. Sergeant Blaker asked Dylan about the login and username for the router. I don't know, I think that was pretty interesting reading that. What do you guys think? All right, so we got that. And then here we put this one in here. This is Bethany here.
Okay. Hey.
I think that's Bethany. Actually.
Okay, you mind hanging out here, please?
Is that Jack now after being let out of the car? I don't know. It's hard to tell. No, he's in the... I think he's still sitting in the car. Right, he was put in there earlier. I don't know who that guy is right now. They all seem to wear the same color shirts and shorts, though. It's weird. I mean, listen to these people. They're just freaked out.
What's your date of birth? Okay. Is it okay if you walk over to my car with me and we can talk over there?
That's Jack. Jack, the boyfriend of Kaylee, was in the back of the car. Ex-boyfriend.
He's probably going to be talking to a lot of people.
He's the guy that's sitting in the back.
So,
Am I still allowed to go home soon?
Yeah, we said that earlier, Ginger. Remember you thought it was somebody else?
We can't hold you forever. Okay. So you're... cross that bridge when it gets
You
there.
guys, man, I
And
tell
the
you
detectives
what.
will work with you guys to get a hold of you however we best can. Okay. So you were here last night. What time frame were you here through now? Were you here the whole time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. What time did you get here last night?
Trying to check.
Yeah. And while you do that, I'll turn off my lights here. I'll be right back.
So he went over here to turn the lights off on his car, and then he's like, oh, shit.
I forgot you were here, man. Do you still want to hang out here?
I just want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
He just wants to know what's going on, but I mean, the love of his life, since he's been a kid, Kaylee is dead in there, and they're not going to tell him.
I don't know how much I'm allowed to disclose right now. We're processing what's going on in the scene. As soon as we know for sure, we can tell you guys what's going on. We absolutely will. I know it sucks to be in the dark with this, but
yeah, I thought it was Hunter last night because we don't really know, but there was stuff that was bothering about is the colors. I mean, Hunter's got kind of darker brown hair, and then when I was watching this today, I heard the part where she said, you know, that's one of her ex-boyfriend, and the only ex-boyfriend that any of us are aware of is him. And then he went into the vehicle here, and now they're in here, and that's when. And then Lisa emailed me with the same thought, but I already. You know, that's one of the things when people email me stuff, I get kind of like, oh God, I already knew this, but they're going to think I got it from them, so they. Not that anybody really cares, but I just feel like that's what people think. So a lot of times I don't like people sending me theories or their ideas on something, because if I happen to have the same thoughts and then I repeat them, they'll think that they're the ones that came up with the idea. And it's sort of it's a weird situation to be in.
And what's your relationship again? Yeah, I mean, as soon as I know we're able to fill you in on what's going on, we'll let you know. Okay. Like I said, you're welcome to get out at any point. If you want to hang out in here, you can, because it's warm. If not, if you want to hang out with them, you're gonna hang out outside too. Okay. Tell you what, I'll just crack the door. I'll try to not lock it on you, so it's ready to go.
Yeah, but I have experience where people, they send me stuff, and I already have it. I've already got it. I've already got the whole thing figured out. And they tell me, hey, Gray, what think of that? And then I do a show, and they go, I'm the one that told Gray. And it's just like, you suck, man. You didn't tell me anything. I already knew. Now, there's sometimes where I didn't know. Like, you give me an idea, and I go, oh, shit, that's great. Then I'll mention it, you know. But that's one of the things. It's just people, I don't know, man. It's just weird out there. I got to be honest.
Water vegetables?
We can start. Yeah, we can see if somebody can bring some of that stuff by. Okay.
And by the way, I don't watch other YouTube channels at all, like to get their thoughts or anything. People will say, "Hey, Gray, have you seen this crazy troll thing?" And I'll go watch that or something. But I don't watch like other creators in the true crime genre. Like I don't spend time, hey, did you see what's-his-face's show, man? It's really... I never do, because I want to look at it and have my own thoughts. And I think you guys would probably appreciate that more, right? Do you want me to be regurgitating what other people are saying? I think that's why I have different takes over here. Like when you watch my show, a lot of times you're probably like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I never thought of that one. Or that's an interesting... I have these takes that are sort of just naturally the way I think about cases, and it doesn't match these other people. Now, if I sat there and watched them, and then I started thinking about the case, I might, you know, even unwittingly bring in their ideas into my thought process, and then I'm not sure where it came from. You get what I'm saying? That's why a lot of times I don't do the collaborations and things like that. I like doing them, however. I mean, like, I don't mind doing them. I just don't do them very often.
Copy. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, so what time were you here last night?
About like 1:24 or something in the morning.
Today?
Yeah.
1:24 you got here? Okay, what was going on at about 1:24?
Me and my friend watching Vampire Diaries on the couch.
You and... Okay. Watching Vampire Diaries.
Oh, I'm not sure why I have that screen on there. I should have this one. I do exist in here. I am. It had the same one on twice. It's funny. I didn't even notice I wasn't on the screen.
She's just one of my friends. I'm sitting over there.
Oh, okay. All female.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, they might have never been back in
So
that
you guys
house.
watch
Yeah,
Vampire Diaries
that's pretty
at the
interesting.
main, the second level? Okay. And then for how long?
I don't know. And then Maddie and Kevin came home from the club.
Hey, look at that.
Yo.
Hey, let me click on this one. Where is it? Right here, look at it. Some channels are extremely strange. I like this channel. It's well informed, and I've yet to witness any major drama. I like that. Well, every once in a while we have drama, but it's usually towards trolls or something like that. It's not like it's, you know, like drama regarding some other thing. I mean, like we had a little bit earlier tonight when somebody kept telling me to go to, oh, great, go to this time frame, and I'm just trying to do my own show, and they're trying to get me to do the show that they wanted me to do. You know, it's like weird stuff. And then after we were arguing, she sent $10 in and say, look, I gave you $10 and you're mean. It's like, well, wait a minute. You sent the 10 after we had the argument. So it's your fault that you sent the 10 in. So there you go. There's drama.
So Maddie and Kaylee were at the club.
Yeah.
You know how long they were there? Probably till closing at least.
I don't know. They went to drug truck afterwards.
Grub truck. There you go. Definitely not a conspiracy theorist. That's true.
And then they came home at about what time? It's okay. You're doing great. So they did get home at 2?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I just have a picture in Kaylee's room with Murphy.
It's weird out there's just somebody out there cutting tree branches.
Okay. Then what happened after that?
And
you know.
Me and Maddie took out Murphy, and then...
You know what's weird? This is one of the weirdest things. That's when my brother died a long time ago. I remember the weirdest thing, the thing I found the most displeasurable almost, was how normal everybody else's life was. And you're sitting there in the most devastating moment of your life. And then outside of your bubble, everybody else is just laughing, walking to class, you know, doing their own thing. You know, that's a weird it's a weird feeling. I don't like it. You know, like right there, you know, these people are freaking out. And there's somebody just whimsically, you know, cutting a tree branch off or something. Yeah, it's weird. It sucks.
Murphy's a dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I went inside to go to bed, and she was still taking him out. And then I was in my bed, like, about to go to sleep, and Maddie just said that she lost Murphy. Like, she was, like, and was wondering if he was with me, and I just said no. And then I went to bed.
At what time do you think you fell asleep?
Maybe 2:30 or 3.
Do you think you fell asleep?
Maybe 2:30 or 3.
Yeah, that's right on the money there. Because Maddie was already, you know, making her way upstairs, and she started calling Jack with Kaylee at like 2. Let's see. Madison begins calling Jack at 2:44, and she'd already gone down to say, "Hey, have you seen Murphy?" So, I think at 2:40 Murphy was found. I just put that in there as a guess, you know. So Bethany is in bed watching Baby Daddy. So Maddie goes downstairs at 2:35. These are like times that I'm just throwing in there. So, I mean, just based on this stuff. So what? This is how it works right here. At 2:26, Kaylee begins calling boyfriend Jack. So that means she's already alone, probably in her own room on her bed. All right? And that's why her sheets were used. She's in her bed. She was getting ready for bed, and she's in there. Then at 2:30, I have, because at that time, that's when Madison and Bethany went downstairs to let Murphy go pee. And then I'm just saying at 2:31, right after they're out there, Bethany, these are guesses, she was cold. I just had to have a time frame. And went back inside, got a snack. And then at 2:35, Maddie goes downstairs, and I'm throwing these times in there because it has to sync up to when she's calling Jack. 2:35, Maddie goes inside and asks Bethany where Murphy is. Then at 2:36, Bethany is in bed watching Baby Daddy. And then at 2:40, Murphy is found. I'm just guessing because she wouldn't have gone upstairs. But maybe she would have when she was drunk. And then 2:42, Koberger actually is leaving his house. Isn't that weird? Just during that time frame. And then 2:44, Kaylee calls Jack for the 6th time. And then at 2:44, Madison begins the call. So the thing is when Kaylee went upstairs, you see that picture with her Doc Martens and her jeans. She probably got upstairs at like 2:40, just took her jeans off, her Doc Martens, and just jumped into bed there. And then Kaylee was like, hey, goes over to her room. You know, she's in her bed sleeping. Goes over to her room and says, hey, can you try calling Jack? He's not answering when I call. See, what I'm saying here is probably exactly how it went. And then she goes over there, and then she sort of hops in the bed, and they're like, hey, you try calling. And she kept calling and calling and calling. And then Madison calls Jack the 3rd time at 2:52. They're still sitting there. Oh, he's not answering. Then Kaylee tries to call Jack at 2:52. And then at 2:53, Madison calls Bethany Funk for some reason, you know, downstairs. Probably like, hey, have you seen Murphy yet? I mean, maybe that's what the hell she was calling about. Or maybe, hey, I found Murphy. Or, you know. But she could have just been saying, have you seen Murphy? So maybe she never actually found Murphy, and that's why she called Bethany Funk. And right at that exact moment in time, Koberger's white Elantra is seen on camera in Pullman, Washington, and then at 2:54, 1 minute after Madison called Bethany, his phone's turned off. Isn't that interesting? So it's crazy when you have the timeline, you can make accurate, you know, theories on different things. Jeez, what did I just do there? I didn't want to do that. There we go. Right. Awesome. Back to this. We'll just finish this off.
Okay. What time did you wake up at all between 2 and...
Yes, you're scolded, Carm 143.
And then I thought firecrackers. I thought someone maybe was just drunk and then.
Everybody scold Carm 143.
But I wasn't even really sure because I was kind of still asleep, so I wasn't sure if it was like real.
Let me go back. Hold on.
You think you fell asleep?
Maybe 2:33.
That matches what I just did on that timeline. At 2:30, I have a 2:36 about.
Okay, what time did
you... You probably didn't fall asleep till like 2:45.
Did you wake up at all between 2 and...
I heard something loud and Murphy like bark.
She heard something loud and she heard Murphy bark.
Like usually like she barks at things. And then I thought I saw like a firecracker, so I thought someone maybe was just drunk and then...
She thought she saw a firecracker.
Put a firecracker in the house? But I wasn't even really sure because I was kind of still asleep, so I wasn't sure if it was...
She wasn't really sure because she was still kind of asleep. This is exactly what I said. I think some of it's just in her imagination. The firecracker portion doesn't make any sense. It wasn't on the surveillance camera at 1112. It doesn't mean anything at all. I think what she might have conflated is the loud thud sound with a boom of some sort and the light I think it's just in a dream she was having. I just, you know, she doesn't even have any clue if it was real or not.
It's like real.
See? Could have been Xana.
So, I'm sorry.
Like I was saying, like, here's the thing. Like, she's kind of in and out of it, right? And like I said before, maybe it's Xana, when she turned the light on to go down to get her DoorDash, the light turned on and she sort of saw that, slightly opened her eyes for a minute and fell back asleep. Then later during the fight, there's a boom sound, and then Murphy's barking, and then she's just putting it all together like that. She doesn't know the order or timing. She was completely, like, way out of it. She wasn't awake like Dylan was, all right? So you've got the loud boom sound, the loud thud, and then you've got Xana, who likely would have turned the lights on to go downstairs to get her DoorDash, perhaps. And maybe right when she turned it on, it just flickered for a moment in the room, and she's like, oh, and then she goes back to sleep again really fast. You know, it just, it doesn't even matter, but if you're a pro burger, it means a lot. What the heck, Lisa Valenzuela? What's going on, man? Did you win the lottery today? All right, let's see. Do we even have this on here? What happens if I go to here and then add that up there? Is it going to play it? I don't even know if I have them on. I don't know. Well, it would have been a cool rap sound. I don't know if I had it on or not. Because when I record videos, I have to turn it off. Because I've actually had it right in the middle of my recording. Someone on one of my streams will put like a super thanks, and it shows up in the middle of the video, then I have to start over again. But anyways, it would have been cool. Oh, it's a super sticker. Oh, I see. That's right. Well, that wouldn't have worked anyways. Thanks, Lisa. That was very kind of you.
I'm listening to a couple things at a time. Loud, you thought you saw a firecracker because of a quick flash?
Yeah.
See that? It was loud, and she thought it was... See, it was a loud boom. It wasn't a, like, that firecracker's going off. So the loud boom, to me, is going to be that loud thud that you could hear on the camera. Do you guys agree with that? I mean, there was no other sounds on that camera.
But I was like still half asleep, so I don't know if it was like real. I thought it was maybe a dream.
She even said right there, I think maybe I was having a dream. See?
Okay. And then, did you ever like pick up your phone to see what time that was? Or? Okay.
You know, it'd be a funny trick to do on the Pro Burgers. You sort of insert in the middle of this video, because you can't see her face or anything. You have her say, I don't like Pro Burgers. I hate Pro Burgers. And they'll listen to it and go, wait a minute. She was in on it. How would they even know we exist? Until this case happened. She didn't even know who Koberger was at the time. You know, they would just freak out. They would have like a mental breakdown in their brain if that happened.
Oh, maybe I might have called her and asked her what was happening, because sometimes we do things and I'll call her and be like, oh, what was happening? She usually just eat in.
Okay.
Man, we're almost at 4 hours in here.
Do you guys recognize all these vehicles in here?
Yeah. I tried to call Maddie and Ethan and Xana and all them at like 4:20.
So you called
I tried to call all of them.
Maddie?
Answering, but
at what time?
4:30 and 4:22. And then 4:21.
Okay.
And then Ethan at 4:22. And then Kaylee at 4:31. I thought they were asleep.
4:31?
Yeah.
So no answer, and then did you go to sleep after that?
Yeah, I just kind of fell asleep again. Okay. I was like half awake.
What am I looking at? What am I looking at?
Did you got up at what time today?
Still watching. Looking. I don't know what that means.
My jaw's been really bad. I took some Advil at like 6 or 7, and then I just went back to bed. So I figured no one would be up anyways.
What screen am I on?
Like, I've been trying to call you guys again.
How does that even have my face up there? Alright, there you go. And then I have to go like this, and there we go.
Moscow 70, could I get the time this call was generated?
We only use Lookit for if there's something wrong.
Alright. Do you remember seeing anybody in there that wouldn't belong?
Yeah, you don't ever see Murphy in this. There's no rewinding to see Murphy. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So that's why I always think that they started scared. I didn't really hear anything either.
Well, you guys, you have to send me to jail during the show for me to be in jail. I didn't do anything jail-worthy tonight, so nobody threw me in jail. All right? Maybe on one of those other nights you can find a way to throw me in there when we need to try to get some get on the roll. Now Murphy's with Jack. Oh, I didn't see the part where he's let on a leash. How far back was it? Was it during this one or way back? Like when was it? I didn't see it. I wasn't paying attention. A lot of times I have to look at something else. Is it at the beginning? When you say back it up, it's a 48-minute, it's a long video. Is it in this video right here with Bethany? I think you were too bulk. I wasn't kind to him earlier. Did you guys hear? I was like, I was on a roll. You must have missed it. Okay, where at in this thing? Like how far back?
The second level? Okay, and then for how long? How long they were there? Murphy's a dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I went inside.
Do you think he fell asleep?
30 seconds ago doesn't work for me. I'm always past 30 seconds ago.
But I wasn't even... But I was...
Couple things.
But I was like still... I tried to open
Maddie?
Oh, there he is, right there. Ah. Poor guy.
And then Ethan's 21.
Oh, man, that makes me feel sad for Murphy. He was like looking around to somebody that he might have recognized. His tail's down. He doesn't see anybody.
And 422.
Look at that. He's looking over there.
And then 21.
Oh man, that's crazy. Oh man. Think of what it's like. That sort of signifies. Although, Jack's right over here in a car. They should have been a little bit better with that whole thing. Putting him into the Humane Society and shit. Like, come on.
And then Ethan at 422. And then Kaylee at 431. I thought they were supposed to be.
That whole exchange there was described in one of the documents.
431?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes me feel
So no
sad.
answer, and then did you go to sleep after that?
Yeah.
Like they finally after all this time. I mean, the dog's been in there for like a lot of minutes here. That's 2:35 there, So he's been in there for 40 minutes upstairs, still locked in that room.
Maddie?
I thought they were supposed to be.
431?
Yeah, great observation, Chris. That's
So no answer,
that
and then
was
did you go to
really
sleep after
on.
Yeah, I just kind of fell asleep again.
The dog had to go to the bathroom.
Okay, and then what throughout your day?
See, they're down there
You
with
got up,
with
but what
Murphy's
time
just
today?
standing there. Up there.
I like woke up. 'cause
Seems
my
like a
college
pretty
was really
good.
bad. I took some Advil at like 6 or 7, and then I just went back to bed. So I figured no one would be up anyways. And then I didn't wake up until we called you guys again.
Okay.
Yeah, she doesn't really say anything of any value really, other than about the firecrackers, which probably aren't even really a thing. But I think I'm going to call it a night, you guys. I mean, hell, I've been on here for 4 hours now. Wow. So all of you guys that aren't members out there, you should become channel members. We just did our first, more recent members only live stream the other day, where I was just, a quick little 30-minute live where we were going over what I was seeing in terms of the, where the Elantra parked first before anybody else saw it. Of course, nobody watched the video that I finally made on it, but I did great. Yeah, well, when I say nobody, I just mean, if you normally get 15,000 views and you get 4, that's pretty bad. I think the timing of me making that video sucked for all the new video and photographs coming out, because everybody wants to look at that instead of a new theory or something. Oh, really? Cool. All right, Brandon. Well, at least somebody watched it. Maybe it'll pick up. Who knows? But I was about to delete it, but then I just thought, screw it. I'll just leave it there for now. All right. What do we got up here? Starred. All right, here we go. We got Mel West, the troll. They became a new member so they could troll the channel. Then we had Alley Cake. Then we had Kim, Not Your Cup of Tea, with a cat eye donation. Then Cinnamon Sin Freak. Then Paul Marino. Haven't been at as much lately. Love the channel. And Mel West with a super sticker. And that was after... And she only sent that in so she could say that she sent 10 in. I mean, see, that was all at the beginning when she kept telling us what to do. It was amazing. Or me, anyways. And then Bubba. And then we had Michelle H. gifted a membership. And Kimberly Hunt. Paul Marino, replacement for Mel. Because apparently I'm supposed to send her back. I don't know how to send her back the 10, but... Kame, and then Alley Cake, Christopher Marsh Byrne, and Dixie Hippie, Alley Cake, Ishi Says, let me go over here before I always forget over here. So we have TJC, Michelle T, and Lisa Valenzuela for the coffees. And then we had, geez, you did a 4th one, Josh? We had 4 Venmos from, I think, all from Josh. Thanks, Josh. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Wendy Woobles, Timothy Cecil, I'm never watching again. Boo-hoo-hoo. And then Dixie Hippie gifted a membership. Joel Brandt. Ann Bezick. Shamo gifted a membership. Then we have Christina. Great investigative work on this case, Gray. Your level of excellence is head and shoulders above other channels. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but like it doesn't seems like it doesn't translate a lot into like viewers. You'll see a channel that's just blabbing away at nothing and get 4,000 people watching. Anyways, Christina, and then we had Chicken Wing gifted a membership. Then we had Chicken Wing, been here for 17 months, probably longer. Holly McEllier says, I'm a grumpy mood. Maybe supporting the channel will help Thanks for all your work. And then we went on, we did some funny stuff after that. Destiny, thank you. And we have Kate, Olivia, aka Livia Ocean. Then we have Shamo gifted another membership. Then Timothy Cecil gifted one. Then Infidel 6687. There must be 6,686 other infidels. Became a YouTube member. Wait, what is that? How come that doesn't sound right? I mean, does it normally say that? Became a YouTube... I guess over here it might say that. Usually it says they became, you know, like an Oogla Boogla freak or whatever, you know, whatever the level is. Okay, and then Shamo. Do you think a lot of the residents and students in the area installed many more? Yep. We want to answer that one. I answered it at the time. Then Dixie Hippie gifted a membership. Then Karen Messenger gifted 5. Then we had Molly McEllier say, sometimes when your pocket gets lighter, your day gets brighter. That was pretty funny. And then Shamo, let's crush this goal. And then Patty Jensen. And then we have Mary Bezick. Teresa staring blankly Murray. Mercedes Marshall, thanks for all you do. Then we have Angela, hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Well, it turned out pretty good. Mindful, then this account. Lisa Valenzuela gifted a membership. Jessica Schubach gifted a membership. Lisa Belson became a new channel member. And then we have Shamo gifted another membership. And Kim, Karen Messenger for coleslaw. Then we have Dixie Hippie gifted a membership. Then Jeepers, shout out to Hunter, dude's an absolute stud. Yeah, definitely. I agree. I mean, my God, that protected everybody else. He probably was just, I don't know, man. I guess for days he was just like out of it. And then Karen Messenger gifted a membership, and then I gifted 5 because you guys got to a certain point of memberships there, and then Joanna gifted one after that. Then we had Annabelle, just the facts. Thanks for Friday Live. And Timothy Cecil, I don't think Ray knows how funny he actually is without even trying. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I try to go on those things, but I don't know. I've always been like that. Like when I'm at parties or something, like at the family get-togethers, I'll just go on these long little rants and get everybody rolling around laughing. All right, then we have Sully Biker. When Murphy starts up on the 1112 audio, it sounds to me like he may be with Xana. Right, exactly. I agree. I was listening to that too. That's why I've sort of been going in that direction more lately. I agree. Like, I think he's in the house and he's around. It's just sort of interesting how he doesn't have any blood or anything on him. Just miraculously. Justin Motocross, great video today on the parking. There you go. Justin Motocross, I missed part of this. What are we trying? Yeah, that's when we started talking about the lights again. Courtney Rose, then we had Justin Motocross with the rap beat. Pro Burger, flat, wait, Pro Burger, flat earther, 2 brain cells, but they aren't on the, no, they're on the black. Let me do it again. Pro Burger, flat earther, 2 brain cells, but they're on the back burner. There we go. Then we've got this account right there. In my opinion, Dylan was mentally overtaken. Peace only to that young lady. I agree. Koberger is guilty, period. Then Ron Hendricks came in here and gifted 5 memberships out of nowhere. Thank you. And Vicstar. Then Lisa Valenzuela with a cat eye donation. Thank you. And this account, encore, and it's 4 hours. Yeah. Because the way he wrote it. I could tell, well, he actually mentioned it, you know? Didn't he? He said, let's see. Sing in Gray's rap beat. Pro burger, flat earther, 2 brain cells, but they're on the back burner. I could tell it kind of rhymed. What's the beat on that one? Let's see. Is it this one? Maybe we'll get Mary Lou to do it. Is it up here, this one? Now the best was the other night when I thought the voices were on and I was singing when I was using this auto-tune thing. But it was just me and I wasn't even trying, you know, it was just... Let's see. Is it this one? Oh, there it is. Yeah, look at that. That's going to work. I'm a pro burger, a flat earther, 2 brain cells. I think it would work. I think it would work. Pro burger, flat earther. I think it goes right with that. Like you go, a bird, flat earther, 2 brain cells, but they're on the. I don't know if it works that well for that. Needs to be a different beat, I think. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Anyways, what else do we have down here? And then this account, encore. All right, great, yo. Oh wait, maybe it would work with that one that we use for the other ones. Let's see. I think it's under, it's in there. The Cool Cats one, this one. It's not really a rap sounding thing, but yeah, let's see. Is that gonna work? This one usually works for anything. Pro burger, flat earther, 2 brain cells, but they're on the back burner. It works, see? There you go. Pro burger, flat earther, 2 brain cells, but they're on the back burner. Hey, give me more lyrics, man. It would have worked. Yeah, give me a whole list of them. Flat earther, back earther. Hey, you know what we need to do is do the, we should do our flyby tonight, this account. What do you think of that? Chloe's doing pretty good. Sometimes I just go pick up Chloe. I sit with her out there on this little swing. She only weighs like 3 pounds. And then I go, ooh, where is it? And she starts looking up at the fence for the squirrel. She's the best dog in the, like the other 3 are just, you know, they're just kind of like dogs again. But they're cool, you know. They're all totally different. All 4 dogs are completely different. But Chloe is just so casual. Just sort of like, yeah, you know. It's crazy. Let's see. Let me go find one of these places again. All right, anyways, thanks everybody for supporting the channel tonight. All right, let's do our little, our flyby, the old school, I mean, how do we get this? Let's see if I have to go over. It's got to be on this screen over here. Take me off of it. Then make that the main screen. And I got it's dark out there. Let's see. View. Tool. How come I don't have sky on there? Atmosphere. Yeah, there you go. That's better. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for being here. I'm going to do the old school flyby now. Let's see. I don't even remember the music. I think it was called Groovy something. What was it? I think it was underneath. What was it called? No, yeah, that's right. It was Cool Cats. Right, there we go. Oh, it wasn't Cool Cats. It was the first one that I... Was it... Wait, I think... Anybody remember the name of it? Furious Freaks. That's right. Okay. I just remembered. All right. This is for this account who always asks for me to do this.
Hey, Gray Flyby! Yay!
Okay, Mary Lou, we'll do it again. Don't worry about it. We'll do it again. How we do it again, I don't know. Hey, maybe we can play Audra's one. Right after this one, we'll do Audra's Parting Glass. That one's pretty cool. Let me turn off all these places and things like that. Alright, there we go. It's just it's 3D right in here, this part. Actually, I have another spot here. Hold on, let's try this one. That's always you, Kyle. That's not Utah. Oh wait, here we go. Paul Bunyan's toilet. Here we go. Stuck in there. We're going to do one more here, but it's, let's see if I can find it. I like this landscape over here. It was under, it's up here. Let's click on that. Over here, Audra music. Let's see, where is it?
Of all the money that e'er I had, I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me.
Wait, I don't know. I was going to play the whole thing, but I remember the last time I played it, it like took away, like it goes, hey, this music's owned by somebody else, and it's not. Like she said I could use it and everything, and there's these weird people out there. They actually take silence for 10 seconds and claim it as a copyright. I've actually had to tell YouTube, I go, this is bullshit. Look at this thing. It's not even a... So anyways, I think that's going to have to be it. But anyways, that was a cool song by Audra Blankenship and her band that was called, I think something, what was it? I can't remember. Let's see. It was called Ravens 3. I knew the number 3 was on there. Yeah, she says it's okay, but it doesn't matter if she says it's okay. They got these other people out there that pretend it's theirs, any version of it. So, it was pretty good. But anyways, you guys, I hope you guys enjoyed the flyby there and the show tonight. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? I'm sure there'll be all kinds of new documents coming out at some point. And we'll, you know, the pictures being, you know, painted I need more stuff on Koberger, though, like stuff about him. You know, more of the information that people had. So, anyways, thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, crime thing for quite a
Cheers.
while. And during this whole
Here
time,
we go,
I have not
everybody.
seen one
Here we
person
go.
That is a crime
Oh,
detector.
I got Marco. He gave $5.
I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar.
Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a protector. Deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector.
On his vector with all respect, just remember I've a type of fucking gesture. I have no agenda.
I'm a pretender,
and I'll
serve it to you straight without a blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send you
on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Good night, everybody.
Everybody, talk to you.
And that was a pretty dramatic pause there for your G, like you always do.
Gosh, Gray, I was just trying to be like the old days. Remember that when I go, good night, everybody.
Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times, Mary Lou. I mean, nobody has to remember what it sounds like. You remember that?
Gosh, Gray, you aren't very nice. You're so mean to me, Gray. I'm never watching again.
God, are you okay, Mary Lou? Jesus, I didn't mean to make you feel bad.
Yeah, I'm fine, everybody. Good night.
She did it to me again, man. I thought she was absolutely sad as hell and crying, and I felt bad. Turns out it was all just an act. You notice how quickly she shifted to a normal voice. How many times have we seen that on here, you guys? My investigative skills tells me she was full of crap. All right? Okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe out there. That Mary Lou, I tell you.